Labas rytas. Sveikinuosi su visais susirinkusiais į antrąją konferencijos dieną. Sveiki visi gausiai susirinkę salėje ir prisijungę nuotoliu. Noriu priminti, jog konferencija yra verčiama ir raginu visus, kas nepasiėmė, pasiimti ausines. Ir pradėsime pirmąją sesiją. Ir šiandien mūsų pirmoji pranešėja yra Sanna Raninen iš Upsalos universiteto Švedijoje. Sanna Raninen yra senosios muzikos tyrinėtoja, kurios specializacija yra ankstyvųjų naujųjų laikų Europos materialinė ir vizualinė muzikos kultūra. Ir šiandien Sanna mums pristatys savo pranešimą, kurio pavadinimas yra 1620 metais Švedijoje išspausdinto Liber Cantus leidyba, skaitytojai ir recepcija. Taigi kviečiame pranešėją.
Well, anyone can open it. Fantastic. Good morning. So you will have seen that I've changed the title a little bit. The subject is rather large, and of course you have wonderful hypothetical ideas of how is it going to work out when you start researching. But today I would particularly like to focus on the aspects of later changes made in the book in terms of providing a view on localized book use. So I thought this might work for this conference quite well, hopefully. So the first Swedish post-Reformation printed music book with Latin repertory for the Divine Office was printed in 1620 in Uppsala by Eskil Mattsson. The book's title is often shortened as Liber Cantus Uppsaliensis, and this oblong quarto book contains 98 folios set in 24 choirs in 4, containing music for the Divine Office for Christmas, Easter Sunday, Pentecost, and the Feast of St. Michael, as well as most familiar sequences used after the Reformation in Swedish, chant in Latin for main feasts, Te Deum in Latin, and funerary songs. So there's just a short list of what it contains. So prior to Liber Cantus, Mattsson had published a manuale, or a handbook, in 1614 that contained notation for the recitations. However, for Liber Cantus, he had acquired a whole new set of music types. So in here you can see he's got this single type. So you have quite a lot of space between the types, single types within the staves. But here's an errata sheet from Liber Cantus, and you'll see that this new typeset is rather elegant. So Mattsson used this new and elegant music type only for 2 publications, in 1620 and again in 1623 for a very similar book commissioned for the Diocese of Växjö in south of Sweden, which contained much of the same repertory with some alterations which point out to differences in musical worship between dioceses. The typeset was not in use in Swedish publications since, which might indicate it being sold onwards to a printer outside Sweden, or it was lost finally in a fire in 1702 that destroyed much of Uppsala, including the printing house. So the printing of this Liber Cantus book came at a time when mentions of old pre-Reformation books, most likely containing chant for liturgy, begin to disappear from book inventories in churches, or they come with a content warning attesting to their extremely poor shape, such as in an inventory seen here. So there's a note made in this inventory in around 1630 in reference to 2 books, the Antiphonarium and Official, which is most likely some kind of missal, that their current condition was poor and the books were reduced to loose leaves. The use of Latin chants remained in the Kingdom of Sweden after the Protestant Reformation, and during the first 100 years the clergymen either resorted into altering these old pre-Reformation books to suit new liturgy or wrote new manuscript anthologies for personal use. Printer Eskil Mattsson was well positioned for selling his new printed publication to the students in Uppsala University, who went on to take positions as clergymen throughout the kingdom. There is no surviving knowledge of the print run, and Åke Davidsson's catalogue of music printed in Sweden counts 7 surviving copies, with a footnote of several more surviving in church archives around the country. But the recent efforts in cataloging and digitizing projects have been helpful in locating further copies of this book. And some copies have remained without any additions or adjustments, or they have survived in fragmented form. But today, I will focus particularly on these copies held by churches around the kingdom. So we have the most further north, we have the Diocese of Åbo or Diocese of Turku, depending on which language you use, from Kokkola or Karleby. 3 from the Diocese of Strängnäs, so we have just a little bit south of Stockholm. You have 3 churches, Stora Malm, Lilla Malma, and Ludko or Spelvik. And then we have 1 from Diocese of Västerås, Gunnilbo, and then Diocese of Linköping a bit further south. So in the early 17th century, right about the time this book was printed, Kingdom of Sweden had 9 dioceses. And as I mentioned, Växjö diocese in the south chose to print a book of their own instead of using this 1620 edition. So my samples represent half of the dioceses used at the time. So I've chosen these copies as they contain both manuscript pages added to the printed book, as well as changes made by hand to the printed words and melodies. Where possible, I have looked for watermarks and other indicators of the shelf life of the book. So how long was possibly the book in use? What additions were made to the book? Are there indications of how long the book remained in use, and what alterations have been made to the printed pages? So those are the main questions that I tried to address regarding these copies. So we start off at Strängnäs diocese with those cluster of three churches. We go first to Stora Malms kyrka in Katrineholm, and the copy held in Stora Malm has survived only partially, with the title page, index, errata sheet, first folio Choir A and all of Choir B missing currently. The defective condition of the copy has been present already at the time of the practical use of this book, as the very first surviving page is a single handwritten folio, with Kyrie and Gloria on the verso side, replacing the missing material printed at the end of Choir B. There are no markings on the binding that would indicate any effort in placing these handwritten pages to their actual place in the choir. Sorry. And at the end of the book, there's another handwritten folio with Kyrie replacing missing repertory originally in Choir B as well. So these manuscript editions are more, they're not accumulative, pardon me, but rather trying to fix what is lost. Excuse me. The copy held at Lilla Malma Church in Malmköping has a manuscript edition that expands the existing repertory for the Divine Office, adding chants for Lent and Palm Sunday. The surviving copy is in an extremely frail condition, with choirs A to C missing, and due to an animal eating a hole on the book, I couldn't turn the pages until Choir F, so a good half of the book I couldn't touch it, because I didn't want to damage it further. So, likewise, the manuscript edition has survived only as fragmentary, so I've here put a little bit of a list of what it contains, with only 4 folios surviving and an indication on the last page of the repertory originally extending further. The manuscript editions in this surviving copy attest further ongoing practices of using Latin chant for the Divine Office, also outside the feasts included in Mattsson's printed book. And finally, from the Strängnäs group, a copy held currently in Ludko Church is actually originally from Spelvik, which is a smaller medieval church literally across a small lake. So there's 2 medieval churches very close to one another. And this copy also expands the Latin repertory extant in the printed book to 4 neatly handwritten folios containing 8 hymns that were used for the Liturgy of the Hours for Advent, Christmas, Easter, and Pentecost. And again, the use of Latin is not all that surprising in the context of worship in the first half of the 17th century, but it is interesting that many of these hymns in this list already had existing Swedish translations. So the pages written here preserve the tradition of singing these hymns in Latin, complementing the existing printed chants for the divine office already present in the book. The continued use of hymns in Latin is also reflected in the copy originally from Gunnelbo Church in Västerås Diocese, as this copy does not have additional manuscript pages, but unlike many other copies, it has the original title page and preface surviving, with the addition of Beata Nobis Gaudia in the blank space under the preface. And these examples have had no discernible watermarks or any attribution of ownership added to the manuscript pages that would have helped determining at what point these additions were made. And then if we move to Linköping Diocese, a copy held in Linköping Diocese Library does not offer further clues to its provenance, as there are no signatures of ownership visible in the book. And furthermore, the city library, of which the Diocese Library is part of, burned down in 1996, and among the items destroyed was an old card catalogue which might have retained some further information. So I'm still in the figure of trying to figure out to which parish this book belonged to, but I'll be going back to Linköping, so hopefully I'll find out soon enough. But for this, the additional manuscript pages have a discernible watermark with the coat of arms of Basel. Niels Linsberg's study on watermarks used in the area states a similar paper was used in the kingdom in the 1650s, but the dating here remains speculative at best. Out of all the copies of Liber Cantus I have so far consulted, this copy has the most extensive manuscript editions. At the beginning there are 5 folios of the remaining original 6, and at the end 7 out of original 8. At the beginning of the book there are chants associated with the ferial office for Saturdays, as well as the antiphon Magna et mirabilia sunt opera tua. The pages have been ripped somewhat, and the missing folio would have had a beginning of a fragment of a hymn in Swedish. At the end of the book, there is a notable collection of 15 hymns, many of which have had a German origin, and which were translated to Swedish in the 16th century, and all apart from 3 were also included in the notated psalm book printed in 1695, which contained a comprehensive collection of 413 hymns. And a particularly attractive feature of this manuscript edition are these hand-stamped initials that the clergyman has been using. So it would appear that this clergyman scribe had some scribal tools, but he had a very limited collection. He just had B, I, and S. So in this case, S also doubles as a G when you turn it. And then our final example is from Kokkola, which I don't know if is possibly the most northern book, individual book that we're discussing here today, but it's the only known surviving copy in the Finnish provenance. The surviving inventories from 17th century Finnish parishes do not mention Liber Cantus, and it would appear that the book was not used widely across Finland at this time, although manuscripts with similar contents exist from the same time period. And we have to remember that obviously Finland and Sweden formed the Kingdom of Sweden, and Swedish was the administrative language in the kingdom, and especially many parishes in the west coast and Ostrobothnia, to which Kokkola is a part of, were bilingual and still are bilingual, if not fully Swedish speaking. So again, the kind of linguistic boundaries, administrative boundaries, we have to think beyond what we have right now, of course. Kokkola copy has some names and dates that help placing the book with a firm timeline. Andreas Johannes Hamnius signed the book in June the 3rd, 1688. He was ordained as a minister in Åbo or Turku in 1685 and became a chaplain in Kokkola or Karleby in the same year. During his studies, he spent a year in Uppsala University in 1685, and it is possible that he acquired the book then. The inside of the back cover mentions the book being rebound and restored in 1697, the same year that Andreas Hamnius died. The restoration of the book does not speak of neglect or indifference regarding its contents, and it is likely that the book continued in the use of the next chaplain, Jacobus Isaki Falander. The note on the rebinding most likely indicates that its maker as Carl Carlson or Karle Karlenpoika, a bookbinder operating in Vasa. And this copy contains some empty additional manuscript pages at the beginning of the book, and further 10 folios at the end, which would have been used for additional material. The 10 folios at the end contain Te Deum in Swedish with mensural notation and rhymed text, a Kyrie and beginning of Gloria for a Kyriale titled Festus Fenicium, which is also known in other places of Europe as Pater Cuncta. This Kyriale was used particularly in Diocese of Åbo instead of other dioceses in Sweden. And finally, there is also Te Deum in Swedish with chant notation and prose text. And the Kokkola copy is missing a choir A that would have had contained a similar Te Deum but in Latin. The watermarks visible in the manuscript date the paper to similar ones used in Western Finland in 1670s, and it is likely that these editions were made by Andreas Hamnius, and they were retained during the rebinding of the book after his death. So those are the manuscript editions I've managed to glean from these copies, and then I have a little case study for you in terms of altering the printed content. So the copies I've presented here share a commonality in various changes made to a particular sequence for Pentecost, then Helge Andes Nord, which is a translated version of the Latin original Sancti Spiritu Adsit Nobis Gratia. The Swedish translation does not appear for the first time in Liber Cantus, as it is included in several 16th century manuscripts as early as 1540s. The printed version seen in Liber Cantus follows the same text setting as the existing manuscripts, but copies of Liber Cantus show several textual variants preferred by the users of the book over the text setting offered. So here we have, I've put on the left the original text that is in the Liber Cantus, and then I've just showed a little bit of the changes that the users of the books have made to the text offered. And as you can see here, the example page from Stora Malm, that you have to switch around a little bit the groupings of the notation and groupings which part of melody you sing to which word. So the beginning of verse of the sequence has undergone the most transformation of many of these copies, and for most the verses have been altered into a more rhyming structure without touching the meaning. So in here we have Vara med oss I råd och dåd, which is basically translated as be with us in advice and deeds, rather than the slightly not so rhyming original, regere alles vårt råd, which roughly means guiding our counsel. So the meaning hasn't changed all that much, but it just rhymes nicer. Occasionally, the vernacular translation of Latin sequences, a perfect example which would be Victime Pascali Laudes, would follow closely the syllabic count of the original Latin text, which would ease the text placement. But in this Pentecost sequence, that's not observed at all. The Latin structure and the Swedish structure are very different. Possibly more theologically minded have been some of the changes. So we have here, if you look at the very end of the second line, you have the dyra heliga blod. So precious holy blood has been changed into hälsosamma ord, which is roughly a nourishing or salubrious word. And usually the last word, blood, has been changed into ord, word. 1623 says the publication for Växjö also has dyra heliga ord. So not blood, we want words. Lilla Malma has altered other places, but left the word blood. So there isn't really even a very much a consensus of which word to use. And Linköping has only changed one thing, and it was changed blood to word. And Kokkola copy has no changes whatsoever. And there are some other ones as well. So another change with some theological meaning would be changing förklarare to either försäkrare or försvarare. So the verb förklara was used in 1526 New Testament in reference to Matthew, chapter 17, verse 2, describing the transfiguration of Christ. But in this case, försäkrare means protector, and försvarare means defender, both of which fit the same purpose here. But interestingly, in Gunhild Bo copy, they've kind of tried on both variants to see which one fits better. And then towards the end of the sequence, there is another occasion of more comprehensive change, which has also affected the splitting melody differently from the printed version. And the copies from Ludgo, Gunhild Bo, and Stora Malm have altered the text again with simplifying syllabic structures, allowing a slightly more melismatic expression of the melody. And it is quite messy to look, so I've just done a little bit of a clearer version of it, so you can just see how the melody and the text are split. So the red is the original printed text, and these are the manuscript changes done there. Again, it's a slightly lighter touch on the change or the meaning of the word. So instead of saying bound by God our Father, we say from the Spirit of God our Father. And then the final text roughly would be you. The Liber Cantus copy says you who come down from heaven. And the other one, the changed version is roughly you watch over with your prominent presence. So it's less of this. So there's more of this slight theological changes, but it's more on the kind of fitting the rhyming structures of the melody, perhaps. And then finally, also these copies have an ending slightly prolonged with the final Alleluia getting a handwritten extra phrase. And text variants and general variants are not completely unusual, as both in Swedish and Finnish, variants exist even when a version of a hymn or sequence or anything is printed. So that's not particularly alarming. So the changes seen in these copies are quite unique and which have gone unnoticed because of lack of research into print copies as individual items. The later manuscript copies made from Liber Cantus do not change the words, nor are there any other psalm books that would have altered the words and melody to this extent. Also, the 1695 psalm book uses the same version of words as seen in the printed Liber Cantus. So the diverse editions made in these copies exemplify the variable needs for further music repertory, which is not catered for exhaustively by the printed books. So if we return back to my map here, so I mean, Uppsala in many ways does have the hallmarks of what we would imagine a center, because it is a university town, and it's a seat of an archdiocese with a printing house. But as I think these books attest, the idea of a printing center radiating its influence to the furthest reaches of the north, in terms of contents of liturgy and devotions to the peripheries of the kingdom, would not describe the liturgical or devotional practices adequately. Rather, Mattsson printed Liber Cantus provided fundamental existing repertory beginning to disappear due to defective old books, to which the clergymen conducting the services would make additions as deemed necessary, often based on local service traditions within the area they worked in. To research these relations between post-Reformation book culture in Sweden and local service traditions, we cannot rely solely on printed pages, but also we need to consider the evidence surviving on manuscripts, traces of oral tradition, and other supporting source materials. Thank you.
Dėkojame mūsų viešniai už įdomų pranešimą. Thank you very much. Noriu paklausti, ar auditorija turi klausimų? Ar turime klausimų iš mūsų nuotolinių klausytojų? Taip.
Yeah, thank you for this excellent talk. Well, I have maybe an elementary question, but since most of this material in the printed text is Latin, I have a question. Who sang then in Swedish church? Was it just priests and clergy, or was it the wider community, like in these rural areas?
Yes, so for this kind of liturgical material, when we talk about Mass, singing the Kyrie, Gloria, and so forth, it is the minister or the clergyman. Sometimes you might have a precentor helping, but there's very little evidence of who sung. But it definitely, for the Latin and for the Mass and all these liturgical elements, absolutely the clergyman, never the congregation. And also with the hymnal singing, again, quite a lot of the musical responsibilities, especially in the smaller parish churches, were held by the clergymen. Cathedrals and other bigger centers, of course, you have more school children helping out, but that's more of an exception than a rule.
Turime dar klausimų? Jeigu neturime, tuomet dėkoju mūsų pranešėjai. Thank you very much once again. Ir dabar noriu pakviesti Matą Grubliauską iš Vilniaus universiteto bibliotekos rankraščių skyriaus darbuotoją. ir Lietuvos kultūros tyrimų instituto filosofijos mokslų doktorantą, kurio mokslinių interesų sritis yra senoji Lietuvos raštyje, renesanso ir baroko filosofija ir kultūra. Matas šiandien mums pristatys savo pranešimą tema Inskripcijos Aristotelio Politikoje, tarp, nota, bene ir nego. Prašau.
Sveiki visi. Skaidrių aš neturiu, parodysiu tiesiog internetu tai, ką noriu jums, tai, ką tokia vizualinė medžiaga. Šitas mano pranešimas daugiau bus tokio, galim sakyti, seminarinio pobūdžio. Nežinau, ar aš pateiksiu kažkokių konstruktyvių išvadų po jo. Tai pagrindinis objektas bus Aristotelio politika, leidimas, parengtas 17 amžiaus Leideno universiteto profesoriaus Danieliaus Hencijaus. Įdomus šis leidimas yra tuo, kad be to, kad yra pateikiami ir graikiškas, ir lotyniškas tekstai, tai lotyniškas tekstas dar yra sukompiliuotas iš dviejų 16 amžiaus vertėjų. Tai vertimų, tai vienas yra atliktas olandų juristo Huberto von Giffeno ir kitas vertimas yra atliktas 16 amžiaus ispanų humanisto, filosofo bei teologo Juano de Sepulvedos. Na ir vertimą taip pat seka ir paties šito leidinio autoriaus Hencijaus parafrazės. Čia galim. Pagrindinis dalykas, ties kuo koncentruosios, tai kaip jau ir mano pranešimo pavadinimas sufleruoja, tai yra inskripcijos įrašai daryti ranka paraštėse prie teksto ir dažniausiai tai yra prie lotyniško teksto darytos išnašos. Matyt, kas sufleruoja, kad gal graikiškas tekstas ir nebuvo, į graikišką tekstą ne visada buvo atsižvelgiama, vis tiek gal pagrindinis buvo lotyniškas tekstas, bet to ir pačios inskripcijos buvo atliktos lotynų kalba. Aš nepateiksiu visų inskripcijų pavyzdžių, nes jų yra virš 900 šitoj knygoj. Taip pat visiškai neįtraukiu čionais tekste pabrauktų vietų, kadangi jų yra dar daugiau. Tai tik tai koncentruosios ties tam tikrais inskripcijų pavyzdžiais ir mano nuomonė kažkokiais tai reprezentatyviais jų pavyzdžiais. Tai savo pranešime pirmiausia pateiksiu tam tikras prielaidas, hipotezės, kurias tarsi iš anksto priimu prieš bandydamas interpretuoti šias inskripcijas. Po to paanalizuosim šias inskripcijas ir galiausiai pabandysiu suformuoluoti vieną kitą išvadą ar pažiūrėti, ar tos mano išsikeltos hipotezės ir prielaidos yra kažkiek teisingos. Tai pirmiausia, kaip minėjau, visos inskripcijos yra lotynų kalba. Todėl man peršasi tokia prielaida, kad, bet kokiu atveju skaitytojas suprato lotynų kalbą ir mokėjo gerai lotynų kalbą, jeigu dar galėjo ir perfrazuoti Aristotelio tekstą, pasižymėdamas savo kažkokias tai svarbės vietas. Tai tikėtina, kadangi šis būtent leidimas pateko į Jėzuitų universiteto biblioteką po 1662 metų, kuomet buvo paliktas kaip palikimas Leono Kazimiero Sapiegos ir po jo mirties yra atiduota į biblioteką. Tai darau tokią prielaidą, kad matyt čia bus ir jezuitų padarytos inskripcijos. Taip pat darau tokią numanomą prielaidą, kad tai galėjusios būti inskripcijos padarytos profesorių, ne studentų. Taip pat trečia prielaida, ir tai net ne prielaida, akivaizdus beveik faktas, kad atlikta ne vieno žmogaus, o keletos. Prielaida galbūt toks sąlygiškumas, kad manau, kad gal bent jau man neįmanoma iki galo nusakyti, kiek skirtingų rankų paliko šias inskripcijas. 3, 4, 5, 6. Manau, kad neatsakysiu aš šitą klausimą ir galiausiai pranešimo pabaigoje. Ir paskutinė tokia prielaida, kuria irgi vadovausios, tai kad tuo metu, 16-17 amžiui, 18 paplitusi praktika buvo įrašus daryti tam tikrų 3 tipų. Tai yra glosos, tai yra tokie įrašai, kurie tikslina kažkokius tai retesnius žodžius. Tuomet yra rubrikos, kada yra suformuluojama kažkokia tema ilgesnio teksto dalies ir galiausiai scholijos, tai kažkokios pastabos ar parafrazės tam tikro trumpesnio teksto ar tam tikrų sakinių, idėjų parafrazės. Tai dabar pradėkime nuo tų skirtingų skaitytojų. Parodysiu, kad jų iš tikrųjų būta ne vieno ir ne 2, o net kelių. Ir pavyzdžiui, čia galim tokį pavyzdį, turim tokį ar ne šitokio rašto pavyzdį, kuris tikrai dabar ir patys pastebėsit, kad skirsis nuo šito rašto specifikos, ar ne? Rašysena akivaizdžiai skirtinga. Taip pat ir šito čia galim fiksuoti dar vieną skaitytoją ir inskripcijų darytoją. Taip pat ir štai čia dar vienas irgi akivaizdžiai, šitą per vidurį. Irgi aiškiai matyti vienam netgi puslapyje, kad tai atlikta kelių, bent jau šitam puslapyje tikrai 2 skirtingų skaitytojų rankas matome, ne? Tačiau ne visur tai yra šitaip akivaizdu. Pavyzdžiui, ar ne, matom čia, kad yra viena toks rašto tipas, čia galbūt irgi visai panašus, bet jau labiau gal pakrypęs ir netiek įskaitomas. Štai čia irgi nesu aš to meto rašysenos ekspertas ir tuo labiau plunksnų ekspertas, gal čia kas nors ir galėtų pasakyti, kad tai yra to paties, arba čia nesiskirti, kad čia 4 ar 5 žmonių. Bet remiuosi tuo, kad tam tikrų raidžių rašyba laviruoja šiose vietose. Bet visgi manau, kad ir be to akivaizdaus fakto, kur skiriasi akivaizdžiai rašyba, raštas skaitytojo, dar mums gali padėti identifikuoti, kad tai yra kažkokio tai vieno žmogaus per visą knygą darytos tam tikros inskripcijos. Tai jų tematika. kad vienas skaitytojas galbūt atlikinėjo vienokias inskripcijas, darė vienokius įrašus, paliko, kitas skaitytojas kitokius įrašus, kitokios tematikos paliko. Tai pavyzdžiui, ganėtinai akivaizdų pavyzdį randame su realijų komentavimu. Pavyzdžiui, randame apačioje puslapio prie Aristotelio teksto, lotyniško, aišku, varianto, kuriame parašyta in ko demokratija, ar ne, tai kas tas ko, čia naisvat ir yra nurodoma paraštėje, kad tai yra insula, ar ne, sala, nominė, vardu, pavadinimu kosas, ar ne? Tai vat, skaitytojas tiesiog detalizavo, kas tai yra. Taip pat tuo pačiu, tą pačią rašyseną galima matyti ir kitoje vietoje. Vat čia prie nakso irgi parašyta, kad tai yra insula, sala, viena una ex kikladibus, tai yra viena iš kikladų salų. Kitoje vietoje vėl matome tą pačią rašyseną. Parašyta prie Eretriensem oligarchijam, parašyta, kad tai yra Urbs Aubėja, tai Aubojos salos miestas. Toliau dar kitoje vietoje šioje vietoje Aristotelis pasakoja apie tam tikrus įvykius, kurie vyko Mitilėnėje ir skaitytojas pažymėjo, kad būtent tai yra Lesbo saloje. Įvykiai įvykė Lesbo saloje. Aristotelis čia šito vietoje niekur nenurodo, kad kalba, Aristotelį ir nereikėjo, galbūt skaitytojas pamanė, kad matyti reikia šiek tiek detalizuoti šitą informaciją ir parašyti. Taip pat dar kitoje vietoje. Iki šiol šitos labiau pradeda suprasti galbūt patį tekstą, detalizuoja, kas tai per vietos yra antikinės realijos, ar ne. Šioje vietoje irgi yra paaiškinama, kas yra Mantinėja, ir tai yra Urbs Arkadijai. Tai yra Arkadijos miestas. Bet dar prideda, kad vėliau prijungta Antigono. Tai čia jau net nebe į Aristotelio teksto kažkokį geresnį supratimą, apie ką eina kalba, nes šitas Antigonas, kuris šiandien minimas, yra 3 amžiaus prieš Kristų Makedonijos karalius, tai yra čia jau netgi ir po Aristotelio teksto pasirodymo, ir Aristoteliui net nebuvo šitie dalykai žinomi, bet skaitytojas vis tiek nusprendė, kad tai reikia parodyti savo išmintį būtent šitaip, kad jis žino, kad dar be viso ko šitas miestas po to buvo ir tolimesnė savo istoriją turėjo ir buvo susijęs su Makedonijos karaliumi Antigonu. Taigi matom, kad būtent čia šiuo raštu šitas skaitytojas būtent koncentravosi skaitydamas politiką, būtent norėdamas pakomentuoti antikinės realijas. Kita inskripcijų specifika tam tikra yra nuorodos į kitus kūrinius. Tai pavyzdžiui, matome čia parašytą etikis scilicet. Tai kas reiškia būtent etikose. Ar ne? Tai čia skaitytojas, Aristotelis čionais parodo. Tai Aristotelis čia sako, kad mes čia dabar apie tai nekalbėsim, esam jau apie tai diskutavę kituose kūriniuose. Nenurodo kuriuose. Ir būtent skaitytojas tuomet paaiškina, nors irgi ne visai tiksliai, Aristotelis buvo parašęs, kaip žinau, ne vieną etiką, tai, bet būtent nurodo, kad kad reiktų žiūrėti į etikos kūrinius Aristotelio. Toliau kitoje vietoje randame užrašytą skaičių. Čia kalba eina apie tai, kad kaip Aristotelis pasakoja, kaip rodo salos valdytojai kovojo prieš liaudį, prieš tautą. Ir skaitytojas pažymi, kad toliau šitas pasakojimas dar plačiau prie jo bus grįžta 564 puslapį. Ir iš tikrųjų, nuėję šitą puslapį mes randame toliau šito pasakojimo tęsinį. Ir taip pat tame puslapyje mes randame atvirkštinę nuorodą būtent į prieš tai būtą 542 puslapį, kad čia siejasi istorinė tematika, šios dvi vietos siejasi. Tai matyti, kad skaitytojas ne tik iškart žymėjosi kažką tai vietoj, bet grįždavo po to kažkiek puslapio atgal, vėl pasižymėdavo kažką, tai nebuvo tiesiog čia ir dabar pasižymėtos pastabos. Toliau. Randam nuorodų ir ne tik į Aristotelio veikalus, ar kitus jo veikalus, ar į pačią politiką nuorodų, bet randam ir į kitus veikalus. Tai, pavyzdžiui, šioje vietoje randam dvi nuorodas ties šitą vietą, kur yra nuoroda į Tukidido veikalą Peloponeso karas ir į Plutarcho kūrinį apie Nikiją. Tikriausiai šios irgi dvi nuorodos nurodo du skirtingus dalykus. Viena, tai Tukidido atveju pažymėta, tai kad galbūt skaitytojas nurodė, iš kur Aristotelis galėjo paimti šitą pasakojimą, kurį čia perpasakoja. Plutarcho atveju, kadangi Plutarchas jau gyveno žymiai vėliau negu Aristotelis, matyt, skaitytojas norėjo pasižymėti, kas dar apie tai pasakoja, arba kad Plutarchas būtent galbūt galėjo šią vietą pasimti iš Aristotelio, arba sakau, tiesiog, kad kuriuose dar antikos kūriniuose yra perpasakojama būtent šita vieta. Taip pat kitose vietose mes galim pamatyti, kad skaitytojas duoda nuorodas irgi į tokius ir vėlesnius autorius, kaip pavyzdžiui Polibijų ir jo istoriją, į Ciceroną ir jo verines ar apie pareigas, taip pat ir į ankstesnius kūrinius, kaip pavyzdžiui Platono valstybė ar Herodoto istorija ar į Ksenofonto kūrinius. Taigi iš šių inskripcijų galima nustatyti ne tik, ką skaitė jėzuitai, bet ir kokių knygų turėta bibliotekoje. Toliau galim prieiti prie vieno irgi ganėtinai įdomaus žymėjimo, tai simbolio. Toks simbolis pataikyti dabar. Tai galbūt prisiminsiu, kuriam čia puslapį buvo šitai. Tai, va, randam šitą simbolį, kuris pasitaiko, pavyzdžiui, ir kitam puslapį. Taip pat pasitaiko ir kitose. Vėl matom, 2 kartus net pasitaiko šitam puslapį. Taip pat čia vėl matome tą patį simbolį. Iš pat pradžio turėjau sunkumo rekonstruoti, kas čia gali būti per simbolius, bet po to pasirodo, kad tai yra ganėtinai akivaizdu. Šitas skaitytojas, matyt, daugiau žiūrėjo į graikišką tekstą negu į lotynišką tekstą. Mat, visose šiose vietose graikiškam tekste pasirodo tas pats graikiškas žodis koinonija, kuris reiškia bendrumą. Ir būtent Aristotelis šiose visose vietose kalba apie valstybės principą, valstybės esminį principą, būtent bendrumą, kad tai yra, kad valstybė aplink šį principą ir sukasi. Įdomu yra tik tai, kad Aristotelis iš tiesų nelaikė šito principo esminių valstybėje. Jis kaip tik teigė priešingai. Šitas bendrumo principas ir beveik visose šiose vietose tai yra referuojama į Platoną, kad tai Platono yra idėja, kad būtent valstybė yra bendrystė kažkokia. Tai pats Aristotelis daugiau argumentavo, kad esminis valstybės bruožas yra daugis ir daugybė. Tai būtent skaitytojo pasirinkimas išskirti bendrumo, tai yra tos kainonijos, o ne plėtos graikiško, kuris reiškia daugis ar ne, principą valstybėje, gali būti, kad tokiu būdu skaitytojas tiesiog polemizavo ar nepritarė Aristotelio minčiai ir labiau gal buvo platonistas nei aristotelistas. Iš kitos pusės, galbūt tai mes galim čia rekonstruoti, kad tai buvo kažkokia tai studijų proceso, kokia tai užduotis, galbūt studentas arba gal profesorius ar net turėjo kažkokį tai tikslą išrinkti surasti tokius pagrindimus, būtent už bendrumą ir taip pasižymėjo jos paraštėse, kad po to galėtų lengviau rasti. Toliau tai vėlgi, tai matyt, kad labiau tikėtina nei kad ne, kad tai visgi atliko irgi vienas kažkuris tai skaitytojas kažkokiu vienu galbūt prisėdimu ar bent keliais, ar ne. Toliau kita anotacijų ir inskripcijų rūšis, tai yra, mano laikas baigėsi jau, ar ne? Oho, kaip greitai. Atsakiau, kad kažkas seminarinio pobūdžio ir tiek daug nespėjau papasakot. Taip galbūt labai bendrai galim pasakyti, kad didžiąją dalį inskripcijų sudaro Aristotelio teksto parafrazės. Ir suformuluojant rubriką kažkokią, tai yra pagrindinė ilgesnio teksto tema ir po to papunkčiui vardinant tam tikras jau esminės mintis, kurias formulavo Aristotelis. Jos dažnai nenutolsta nuo Aristotelio originalo, bet yra parafrazės, kartais įtraukiant ir kitus žodžius, galbūt kartais galim pastebėti ir tam tikrą kitokią šiek tiek interpretaciją, gal kartais ne visur iki galo būtų galima sakyti interpretuotas Aristotelio tekstas taip, kaip mes dabar jį interpretuojam, ar ne šiek tiek kitokios interpretacijos pasireiškia. Tai toliau jūsų nebetrukdant, tada tiesiog aš visgi tokią išvadą galėčiau formuluoti, kad taip, tai buvo atlikta išsilavinusio žmogaus ar nemokėjusio lotynų kalbą ir visgi tikėtina, kad tai buvo jezuitinės aplinkos žmonių paliktos inskripcijos ir jos turėjo padėti kitiems skaitytojams lengviau suprasti ir orientuotis Aristotelio tekste, iš anksto užmetant akį, apie ką bus šita vieta ir taip lengviau orientuojantis pačiam tekste. Ir kad būtent pastvirtinu irgi tą prielaidą, galim sakyti, kad šitos inskripcijos buvo formuojamos ta logika, kurią daugiau mažiau ir naudojosi visi to meto inskripcijų autoriai, tai yra glostų, scholijų ir rubrikų logika. Tai ačiū.
Dėkojame Matui iš pranešimą, apgailestavom, kad teko nutraukti, bet galbūt dar liks medžiagos ir kitam pranešimui, kitoj konferencijai. Taigi, ar turime klausimų? Prašau, turime.
Ačiū. Labai įdomus pranešimas buvo. Aš noriu pasiteirauti. Aš labai aiškiai matosi, kad lotyniškas tekstas yra tikrai gausiai braukytas, komentuotas. Graikiškam tekstui yra pastabų? Kokiu nors?
Ne. Tiesą sakant, būtų galim trumpai atsakyti ne. Vienas galbūt atvejis, iš tikrųjų ganėtinai gal ir įdomus ir charakteringas ir netgi gal daug ką pasakantis yra, kad dabar aš nepasižymėjau puslapio, bet vienoje vietoje ir lotyniškam tekste yra paliktas graikiškas atitikmuo, neversta į lotynų kalbą. Įdomu tai, kad tai matyti vyko dėl to, nes buvo graikiškam tekste nesuprastas, kas tai yra per žodis. Graikiškam tekste buvo klaida. Ir todėl nesupratę, kas čia per graikišką žodis, jie ir perkėlė į lotynišką variantą tą patį žodį. Įdomu tai, kad tas skaitytojas išvertė tą žodį, kad tai, ką jisai reiškia. Nors iš tikrųjų tai nei graikiškai tokio žodžio yra, nei jis tai reiškia. Tai va tik toks vienas grinai į graikišką tekstą. Ir neskaitant šitų, ką čia dabar jau nebematom, tai va šitų kapo raidžių žymėjimas, tai galėtų nurodyti, kad galbūt skaitytojas daugiau orientavosi į graikišką tekstą, negu kad į lotynišką.
Ačiū. Dar klausimų?
Ačiū už įdomų pranešimą, nes pati niekada neturiu laiko aiškintis šitų marginalijų ir komentarų, todėl labai džiaugiuosi, kad bent vienoje knygoje tie bus išaiškinti. Noriu paklausti, ar nėra kitų savininkų nuosavybės įrašų, iš kurio būtų galima nuspėti, kas parašė komentarus?
Taip, tai netgi čionais yra surašyta, kad dar buvo buvęs savininkas, kažkoksai tai Mykolas Florianas Rangronas, bet man dėja nepavyko nustatyti, kas jis toks buvęs. Taip pat buvo ir Kijevo mokslo akademijos bibliotekai šitas būtent, bet man dėja atskiro tyrimo nedariau, kada jie pateko, bet Kijevas vis tiek gal daugiau būtų sėtinas su rytų tradicija ir ta lotynų kalbos toks geras lotynų kalbos žinojimas gal nebūtų jiems būdingas. Tai nežinau.
Ir dar vienas klausimas, o galbūt palyginus braižą, gal kadangi knyga priklausė Leonui Sapiegui arba Kazimierui Leonui Sapiegai, gal čia jų įrašai, jie buvo išsilavinę žmonės?
Taip, bet aš galvoju, kad irgi čia tik tai padariau tokią prielaidą, gal ją ir pamiršau pasakyti, kad man atrodo, dažniau pasitaiko, kad tuomet kalbamosiom kalbom, kad darydavo inskripcijas. Tikėtina, kad būtų tada galbūtume radę kažkokius tai lenkiškus įrašus ar kažkas tokio, nes irgi, vat, pavyzdžiui, Makiavelio šitose traktatuose, jo veikaluose, tai irgi niekas nesižymėjo po to itališkai, matosi, kad italų kalbą suprato, skaitė ir taip toliau, bet inskripcijos buvo atliktos jau tada šnekamosiom kalbom, tai yra lenkų kalba. O čia tai, kad atlikta yra lotynų kalba, tos inskripcijos parašytos, pasižymėjimai, tai mane kažkaip labiau, aš linkstu manyti, kad tai turėjo būti su akademija susiję asmenys.
Ačiū. Dar klausimas.
Labai trumpas klausimas. Tai ar vienas žmogus va šitas inskripcijas paliko, ar pagal braižą galima spręsti, kad daugiau jų buvo? Ar kažkoks tikrai vienas, kuris tengiasi padėti kitiems suprasti šitą tekstą?
Tai vat, prie kurių aš ir nespėjau prieiti labiausiai ir kur čia vat matot dabar vat šitos labai pakrypusius variantus inskripcijų, tai matyt, kad tai buvo vienas žmogus. Bet tai, ką aš prieš tai rodžiau, kur tenais tom kapom žymėjo, kur realijas, tai čia matyt jau buvo kitas asmo. Ir sakau, vat, bent jau 3-4 tikrai galim identifikuoti drąsiai, bet matyt, kad jų būtų ir daugiau.
Ačiū, Matai.
Ačiū.
Taigi dabar noriu pakviesti kitą mūsų pranešėją. Tai Carmen Oanea iš Rumunijos, iš Kluže-Napokos Babeșo-Bolyai universiteto. Carmen interesų sritis yra knygos istorija bei rankraščių ir rankraščių fragmentų studijos. Šiuo metu Carmen tyrinėja Klužo ir Oksfordo bibliotekų inkunabulus. Šiandien Carmen mums pristatys savo pranešimą, kurio tema yra privatus savininkai ir jų knygos, inkunabulų skaitimas 16 amžiaus Transilvanijoje. Yes, I will give you some help. Yeah. So this is yours, yeah?
Yeah, let's see if it's the updated version.
Yeah. So, yeah.
Okay, good morning everyone. It's so nice to be here in Vilnius, in the very place where in 1579 Prince István Báthori made the decision to found the Jesuit college in Cluj, which actually started properly teaching on the 11th of January 1580 and putting the base of our university. So it's really good to be here. So I want to start by actually something from yesterday actually that Professor Dondi has said. She raised a very important question, that is, how can we assess the impact of books on social and intellectual development? I don't dare to answer that question today, but I want to make a step forward in trying to answer that by looking at the rising of a small Transylvanian elite in the 16th century, but only looking at one particular reader. And this idea came whilst I was researching the collection at the Academy Library in Cluj, which I've also partly uploaded on May. Now, our collection is interesting in the fact that it is composed of 6 other denominations. The most important are the Catholic or the Jesuit collection, which is the largest of our collections, followed by the Reformed College Library and the Unitarian College Library. The interesting fact about these 3 are that they are the historic collections of Cluj, so they have been there since the Middle Ages or in early modern times. The Franciscan Convent Library doesn't refer to the medieval Franciscans, but actually something that was refounded in the 18th century, so later on. The Roman Catholic Diocese of Satu Mare and of Blaj are collections that were firstly owned by private owners. In Satu Mare, the collection was owned by Bishop Gyulai Mesleni, and then in Blaj by a Romanian scholar. So these books were acquired. They weren't in Cluj since the Middle Ages. Now, let's take a look at the collection because I think this is important. So C, which interests me, is the Catholic collection. So we have mostly medieval texts and classical authors, followed on the third place by humanist texts and contemporary then. This is interesting because we want to assess what sort of text did they have, what sort of text they read, what were their interests back then, and basically what our anonymous reader had available at that particular time. The Jesuit College has a really interesting history. So as I've told you, it was founded in 1579, and the teaching started in 1580. But during the Reformation, a lot of things happened, and we have a book-burning history, let's call it like that. And they had to move. Three religious entities were in Cluj at the same time, and they didn't get along with each other, these being the Reformed, the Unitarians, and the Catholics. So oftentimes the Jesuits had to move from one part of the city to another. That's why you see Kluž-Mănăștur, again, from Kluž-Mănăștur and the center of Cluj. This is where they originally have been, in Calvaria, in the former Dominican convent, from which they actually inherited books. And they kept moving from Calvaria to St. Michael's Church, where we were able to identify some books that were hidden for 500 years in one of the towers. So basically they moved from where is Mănăștur to Old Town a couple of times actually throughout the years. But what I'm actually interested in is the readers. How do the readers appear in these books that we have? Well, they leave marks, for sure. But not all marks are like this, clumsy ink spillages or certain attempts to erase history about the female pope, supposedly, that existed at one point, or even some math in the corners. The readers that I want to talk about are a little bit more learned. And I want to refer to marginalia, or whatever you want to call it, because it has different names depending on whom you ask. Typically, marginal annotations are a rather slippery concept. They reveal and hide information at the same time, and can significantly alter our perception of the intellectual endeavors of the 15th and 16th century. We often find in the margins a text within a text. Questions that are never answered, or answers, or semi-answers to what the text proposes. So I've extracted here. Okay, I'll try, but I usually speak really fast. I'm sorry. Yeah, so I've extracted a passage from William H. Sherman, who gives two examples of sale catalogs referring to a marginal annotation as in two different ways. One refers to them as books being rather soiled by use, but actually sound copies, even though they were dirty. Another one from a year later says that this volume, printing during the reign of Elizabeth I, has been well and piously used. So two very different ideas of how marginalia can be perceived. Now, before I actually get to the marginalia, working with the collection, I've seen some reoccurring patterns. And this made me think that one reader annotated and had access to multiple texts. And I wanted to confirm this before I actually make any judgments. So I went to the very boring task of analyzing each letter from each book and putting it together. At the beginning, I had there were more volumes that seemed to have the same owner, but with the time, I've restricted my, my initial judgment. My first idea was this, a book that belonged in the past to Peter Vardai, a very learned humanist scholar that didn't actually have his collection in Transylvania, but his books are scattered all around, in Oxford, in Hungary, in Cluj, and so on. The book was later owned by Paul Bornemisa, who was actually a soldier, and he received this as a sign of his good work, as a reward. Another owner, rather humanist, trained in Austria and in Poland, was Martin Herzogi, on this book in particular, I found signs that correspond to the other books that I've properly identified and to this owner, to this anonymous owner, but I can't make a sound judgment about this one in particular. These are the titles that made it to the final cut. So as you can see, they are mostly humanist and classical works. The vast majority are printed after the 1490s, and some of them in the 1470s. Now, if you take a close look at the annotations, you'll see a particular interest in the to elongate the leg of capital A. The pointed top of lowercase a, the letter is perfectly closed, sharp at the top, and slightly elongated. The vertical shaft of B protrudes from the body of the letter, and the two lobes of B are somehow made carelessly in a certain way. D appears either with a back slanted to the left or to the right, or a straight back. E has a hairline to the right. Capital G has a long descending tongue, and the lowercase displays a round lower ball, always closed. Interesting enough is also the T, the shaft of T, which is not parallel to the line, but rather is slanted to the left and curved. And you can see this in all the examples. 38 didn't make it to the final cut, but the writing seems similar to me in a way, and the other ones are basically the same. And the 13A, which is composed of 5 titles, and they all look pretty much the same to me, at least. Okay, I found out the symbols through which I was able to put all these, that helped me actually put all these titles together. You see those strange signs, I don't know what they are, but they appear in certain volumes, and I only extracted a few examples of each. And also, these are the examples down below, and the other ones, they seem like a closed and open parenthesis, bracket, I don't know what that is, but they appear throughout these volumes. Now, what's interesting, again, is the use of the combination of medieval and humanistic elements that strikes to me. He would make ligatures, ST ligatures, which are very common to manuscripts, to earlier manuscripts. He will use ekaudata, which is a symptom of Carolingian manuscripts. He will use, again, ampersand and Tyronian et, which is very strange to see in an incunabulum. He will do this sort of expunctuation to mark mistakes, also typical for manuscripts. But at the same time, he will use a round S at the end, which is typical of a Gothic script, and also the abbreviation for US at the end. So let's take a look at different types of annotations now. These are some of the other examples that we have. This is how a student would annotate his copy of Virgil, with marginal glosses, interlinear glosses, or other books that don't have any sort of marks, or some that only display these little maniculae, or the pointing hands, or a simple nota bene, or bona exempla. But this copy, 13A, is particularly interesting to me because it shows the reader's activity, but it doesn't showcase his opinions, which are extremely rare. He treats the text in a philological way, in the strictest sense of the word. We see here tendencies to change the spelling to one more fitting to humanistic expectations. Hence, a simple A would become an ekaudata, where needed, of course. Among these antiquarian artifices, the reader showcases the printing mistakes, which is a common feature to all the 5 titles. His interest diminishes after F, A5, A6 recto, but appears shortly after naming, highlighting the names of Orpheus, and then praising Virgil, and I quote, Laus Virgili. He later praises Homer as well, And we also see other signs of active reading. He is making a cross-reference with a later book by Aulus Gellius, quoting the second chapter of that book. He notes an error made by Macrobius, but not of a very interesting passage, but something that rather speaks about nuts and different sorts of nuts and how he is wrong about that, which is very strange to me. The 13a is not overwhelmingly annotated. However, it shows an attentive reader. The majority of marginalia is extracted directly from the text or rearranging the words of the text. The reader is somehow refrains from defending or condemning the text or the author. Now, in what 13c is concerned, this is a text by Ausonius. Here is where the reader actually manages to show his skills in Greek and Latin. It cannot be determined with certainty how well versed he was in any of these languages. However, he certainly had some basic knowledge, which allowed him to spot printing mistakes and to amend the text. Greek is also abundantly used in this part of the volume, and so are the emendations. The words appear without accents or breathings, which is very important to the Greek language as far as I understood, because I had someone looking at this text. I don't know Greek. None of the volumes examined show any signs of accentuation or other formal marking specific to the Greek language. But we also know that knowledge of Greek was poor in Transylvania. Even at the University of Vienna, they didn't have a proper teacher or someone to make justice to the language. And you will see here how he corrects what the printer says to a better version. What's also interesting here, you see that the volume was annotated in two successive reading sessions, one with a red ink and one with a more brown ink. Okay, then we'll go to this. We see how he takes passages from the text that explain a certain word. He writes the word in Latin and then the Greek rendition of it. He marks passages about Herodot, also extracted from the text. Now, another incunabulum is C57. We see that as the text goes along, the reader trades his role of actually an actual reader to that of an editor. The faulty Latin and Greek are amended as much as possible. However, we see less of what might have interested him in the actual book. We don't know what his profession could have been, because compared to other other readers that we know of, he does not show the same symptoms. For example, Andras Valkai, which I will talk about in a minute, does not care about the text at all. He's just in this sort of small philological things. He cares about the meaning of the text and the actions, the events that are described. Marton himself doesn't care about this sort of small details as well, but is interested in the text itself. So you see this sort of what he does here, again correcting the words each time throughout the whole volume, consistently. In 53, we see only this sort of small words, naming the books of the Bibles, or just getting random words, maybe not that random, maybe interesting for the reader in the margin. Now I come to a book that was, as I've told you in anticipation, was owned by a certain Andras Valkai. He actually worked at the court in Transylvania in the offices, and he never had time to study at the university, but he had certain humanistic interests and comes from a circle that was interested in such matters. At the end of the book, he writes the date when he finished reading, this being 1582, at 2 p.m., to be more exactly, and when he was 42 years old. But what interests me here is who read the book before, because there is no name, and this same reader that I'm trying to follow throughout these books actually annotated the book, and we know this because Valkai comes after and corrects some of this or adds. For example, when this passage that talks about Helena, he would say Mater Constantini. It would complete the information. So we know that he annotated books before or prior to 1542. So really early in the 16th century. But you can also see here examples of Valkai's work, how he annotated, how he extracted information from the text in this rather spiky handwriting in the margins. Now, I'm also interested in determining somehow the quantity, if it's even possible, the quantity of symbols, or the distinction between symbols and annotations. And I've tried to do so by creating a database, just an example, using only one title, and this would be extremely tedious to do for longer volumes, because you have to take each page one by one, what I did actually, and mark how many annotations are on each page, how many of these are keywords, how many of these are exact renditions from the text or rephrase. I've also considered lengthier annotations, personal remarks, highlights, manicule, nota, bene, original signs, drawings, doodles, the language of the annotation, cross-references, unrelated marginalia, emendations, and censorship. And when we put all this together, we have something like this. And this shows in which manner Ausonius, the text of Ausonius was read by this anonymous reader. He didn't care so much to express himself, but he had a lot of highlights more, and a lot of emendations, a lot of maniculae that were used, keywords. So you see there are lower percentages when it comes to personal remarks or lengthier annotations. Now, when it comes only to the signs, we see to the words themselves without the signs, we see that keywords are the rank highest in this statistic, and then followed by exact renditions from the text. Is this a sign that he didn't have much to say about the text, or is this? I don't know what to make of it at this point. But I think, in a way, that these sort of statistics can help us to understand better the way in which readers work their way through the text. And they are usually, these sort of marginal annotations don't make it into catalogs. And we don't also have many examples of or we don't really have specific guidelines of working with marginalia, which I would be very glad to see in the future. Obviously, some researchers proposed certain guidelines, but it would be really nice to see them actually in the catalogs themselves. However, there are certain problems with storing the information in such a database, because it sometimes says something about a specific collection, but we cannot generalize the information. One collection would render a specific set of data, whilst the other would say something different. And it also doesn't account for more elaborate content issues. So this is sort of my ideas. Maybe I have more questions than answers at this point of how readers were depicted, or how they appear to us, and what did they read, what did they like, and how was the intellectual life in 16th century Transylvania. Thank you.
Dėkojame Carmen už labai įdomų pranešimą. Thank you so much. Ir matau, kad turime vieną klausimą.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I'm really under impression of such a deep investigation of the incunabula collection. And my question is, can you tell us something about the relation or cooperation between librarian in Romania with Professor Cristina Dondi and the May? Can we find this provenance information which you show in your presentation in the May catalog? How it's look like?
Okay, thank you for your question. I'll give the answer. Yes, we've started to. Professor Dondi basically contacted my PhD supervisor, Professor Adrian Papahaji, much earlier than when I started my PhD, but he didn't have the time to take a look in the collection, and there is no one trained specifically. There is someone in Cluj, but wasn't willing to take on this project. So when I started my PhD, we had discussions with Professor Dondi, and we talked about this, and we came with the idea to put the evidence in May. So obviously you can go both on me and on Owners of Incunabula and type the Academy Library of Cluj. And you see that, oh, you can no longer see my slides, but you see that you have all the heats there, and you can just click on one and have all the information available. You'll see also we've completed information regarding the owners, as much as we could find, because sometimes we are not able to localize or date a certain person. Yes, thank you.
Taip, dar klausimų? O, netgi du.
Thank you very much for that presentation. I enjoyed it very much. I was wondering if it was possible for you to identify multiple different hands or kinds of handwriting in the same book, or perhaps the same handwriting across multiple different books, which could give a sense of how many people were reading or so forth.
Well, this reader actually annotates the... Where are they? Maybe I wasn't clear enough. Where is it? Okay, these titles are all annotated by the same hand, but there are others that also annotate these books. So we have more readers interacting, maybe not directly with each other. This anonymous reader, Valkai, actually interacts with this anonymous reader, as I've shown you before. But there are other marginal annotations, nothing earlier than the 16th century, unfortunately. So does this answer your question? Yeah, okay.
Taip, dar mačiau, dar vienas klausimas.
Carmen, thank you for an excellent presentation. I just wanted to know, is the marginalia fairly evenly distributed throughout the books, or is it all confined to sort of a couple of pages?
That's a very good question, actually. And if we would have the time to actually look at everything and understand why this particular section was interesting for the reader, it would be fantastic. But they sometimes have more enthusiasm when they begin to read. It's like, oh, I will do this. And after a few pages, that enthusiasm falls to the ground. But we see that they start at the beginning. Usually there's a gap in the middle, and they come again towards the end. But that's not the case for every incunabula. For example, 24 is highly annotated throughout. So is 57, and so are 57 and 53. So it depends on the book, actually, on the reader. Thank you.
Yes, and we have one more question via Zoom. So thank you for a fascinating presentation. How long would it usually take for a book of this size, and with that many annotations, to be properly described as shown in your presentation?
A lot of time. Usually I would prefer to spend at least 2 weeks with a book, but I don't have the privilege. In 1 month I usually go through 40 books, so ideally it would be a week or two.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
One more small question, yes. Dar vienas klausimas.
And what about illustration of incunabula? Because we found, for example, I found it the signs, the marginalia of illustrator. So did you...
illustrations by hand or
yes,
by
by hand. Illustration by hand. Did you give attention
or just doodles, drawings, random drawings, or professional, do you mean? Because we don't really have, besides what the printer puts there, and sometimes the reader marks initials, but there's nothing more than that. I've seen only one drawing a picture of Jesus, or trying at least to do so.
Ačiū. Thank you.
Thank you.
Taigi, noriu pakviesti mūsų pirmosios sesijos paskutinį pranešėją. Tai Fryderyk Rozen, nepriklausomas tyrėjas iš Lenkijos. Fryderyko moksliniai interesai yra inkunabulai, liturginės ankstyvosios spausdintos knygos, abiejų tautų Respublikos evangelikų bendruomenių knygų kultūra. Fryderykas šiandien perskaitys pranešimą, kurio tema Gniezno arkivyskupijos metropolijai skirtų inkunabulų spausdinimas Europos spaustuvėse.
Labas rytas. Good morning to everyone. Thank you very much for the possibility of speak here. At the beginning, I'd like to explain what was the ecclesiastical province of Gniezno. So, the ecclesiastical province of Gniezno was established at the beginning of the 10th century, and during the next 5 centuries, the province was several times reorganized. In the first half of the 15th century, the province included 1 archdiocese of Gniezno and 8 dioceses in the Kingdom of Poland and in the Grand Duchy of Lithuania. The Diocese of Lebusz was situated beyond the border of Kingdom of Poland, but was still subordinated to Archbishop of Gniezno. And the same we can say about the bishops, about the Diocese of Wrocław. In the second half of the 15th century, the territory of the province of Gniezno was, without question, peripheries of printing. There were only 5 small printing houses there. There was major, these were minor printing houses, which exist only for a short time and printed only few or at most several incunabula. Most of the books published on the territory of the province of Gniezno were theological books, calendars, and textbooks. However, almost no books for the church administration were printed there. The only exception is the agenda of the Diocese of Vilnius, which was printed in Gdańsk by Konrad Baugmarten and was prepared by the canon from Vilnius, Radom de Radomia. The second incunabula, issued specifically for the needs of the church administration, was the status of the Wrocław diocese, which was printed by Kaspar Elian in Wrocław. All the other incunabula issued for the institutions of the province of Gniezno were printed abroad. It was 2 kinds of incunabula. First of them was statuta, that is a collection of church law in force in the province. The second kind of incunabula printed for the province of Gniezno were liturgical books, breviaries, missals, diurnals, and agendas. I will start with the statuta because they are less known, but they were book of a great importance for the function of the ecclesiastical province. Statuta were approved of the synod in Wieluń and in Kalisz in 1420. The initiator of this compilation was Archbishop of Gniezno Mikołaj Trąba. Whereas authors of the codification remain unknown to us. The goals of the new elaboration of the church law are listed in the preface and in the papal bulls of Pope John the 23rd and Martin V, included at the beginning of the Statuta. Earlier regulations of Polish and foreign synods were organized according to the Decretalia of the Pope Gregory IX. The status included the rules against Hussites, the heretics which were gaining supports in Poland at that time, and it was a big problem for the ecclesiastical administration. For instance, the procedures for cooperation between the clergy and the Inquisition were described in the Statuta. The Statuta were work of a very high standard and influenced the church law in Poland and Lithuania. The subsequent statuta were prepared at the request of the Archbishop of Gniezno Jan Łaski. They were approved by the synod in Łęczyca in 1527 and were printed in the same year. Statuta includes the canon entitled De Constitutionibus, which prescribes that a copy of the Statuta should be sent to every church in every diocese. Such copy should be available to everyone interested in. It is known that in the Diocese of Wrocław, Statuta were prescribed in collegiate churches and sent to all parish. During the canonical visitation, the clergy was obliged to present a copy of Statuta to the bishop. Therefore, it is very probable that many copies of Statuta were in use. Today we know 34 copies of manuscripts. They were made for all groups of clergy. One codex was owned by the Bishop of Płock, Piotr from Chodkowo. Other books of Statuta were used in cathedrals and collegiate churches. One copy we know was made pro domino Bernardo Plebano, for the normal parish. It's worth paying attention to the fact that incunabula containing the local statutas of the Wrocław diocese survived only in few copies, and most of these copies are very damaged because of very intensive use by the clergy. Statuta of Mikołaj Trąba were printed twice during the 15th century. Both editions have no imprint. The typographical analysis show that the Statuta were printed in Strasbourg. This city was a very important center of printing. There were around 40 printing houses. Among them were several very significant printers like Martin Flach, Johann Gruniger, and many others. One of them was Johann Prus, which printed the first edition of Statuta. His printing house exists around 30 years and published 247 incunabula. The second edition of Statuta was printed in a much smaller printing house in Strasbourg, in the printing house of Fryderyk Rozen, which exists only 3 years and published around 10 incunabula. Strasbourg was quite far from the ecclesiastical province of Gniezno. However, many of books printed in Strasbourg were imported to Polish libraries in the 15th century. This is visible in old collections like holdings of the Jagiellonian Library in Krakow or in libraries of churches or monasteries. For example, the chapter library in Gniezno possessed before the World War II 550 incunabula, and among them were 141 books printed in Strasbourg. It's also worth noting that many books printed for Academy of Kraków and for Polish readers, like calendars for Kraków and Wrocław, were printed in the printing houses located much more closer to Poland than Strasbourg. Most of these incunabula were printed in Leipzig. This city belonged to the important centers of printing. In Leipzig operated 17 printing houses, including very significant printers like Wolfgang Stockel, Melchior Lotter, Konrad Kachelhofen, and many others. Polish authors had serious relations with printers of Leipzig. Here you have some examples. The textbook of epistography by Bernhard Feige from Krakow Academy was printed by Wolfgang Stockel. The same printer used the philosophical works by Polish philosopher from Krakow, John of Głogów. The calendars by Polish astronomer Michał Wratislawiensis and Walenty de Grunberg also were published in Leipzig, as well as 2 editions of Constitutiones et Statuta Regni Poloniae, that is the codification of the civil law for the Kingdom of Poland. Polish authors had also relations with printers of Nuremberg, other large center of printing in Germany. There exist around 20 printing houses, among them such famous like Anton Koberger, Friedrich Kreisner or George Stuchs. In Nuremberg were published works by other Polish authors like Johannes de Latoszyn, Walenty de Grunberg, and Johannes Ursinus. Also here worked printer Kasper Hochweder, which moved his printing office to the Krakow at the beginning of the 16th century. So now let's go to the liturgical books, which are much better known. The liturgical book, intended for use in individual dioceses of Gniezno province, were written down since 14th century. The oldest of them originated from the first half of the 14th century. Most of the 14th century's liturgical codices are missals, but also few other liturgical books are remained, like Breviarium Władysławiense for the Diocese of Wrocław, preserved today in the library of the High Seminary in Włocławek. Much more codices are described in the 15th century. Besides breviaries and missals, there are also other kinds of liturgical books like agendas and diurnales. The liturgical books, just as statuta, were needed in all churches. Their texts were often standardized or even their texts were very often not standardized or even incorrect. The invention of printing created the possibility to overcome these problems. Very interesting sources to the activity of the Polish church authorities on the field of printing of the liturgical books is the colophon of the Krakow Missal. According to this text, Bishop of Krakow, Jan Rzeszowski, had observed that many handwritten missals in his diocese contained a lot of errors. The bishop considered it is his duty to counteract this problem. Therefore, he ordered the missal be printed with checked and corrected liturgical text. The preparation of appropriate liturgical text was a very long and complicated process. That could explain when the first missals and breviaries were published in print scarcely in the 70s. The first missals in Europe were printed in the 70s of the 15th century. These incunables were printed in Italy, Switzerland, and southern Germany by anonymous printers. Probably the earliest edition of Missale is the Missale Fratrum Minorum, printed in central Italy about 1472. Around 1473, the Missale Speciale was printed possibly in Basel. At the same time, the first breviary, Gradual, and Psalter were printed in southern Germany or in Basel by so-called printer of the Constance Breviary. In the next years, the printing of liturgical books in the southern Germany was continued by printer of Remigius, maybe Johann Heinrich. Furthermore, liturgical books were printed in a lot of new places, in Milan, in Rome, in Neapolis, in Genoa, etc. Aloysius Silviandus printed the first missal in Venice in 1477. In the same year, Franz Rahner and Nikolaus von Frankfurt printed the first breviary in Venice. From this time, Venice grew to be one of the most important centers of the liturgical printing in Europe. In Germany, Brethren of the Common Life in Marienthal started to print breviaries, and so-called printer of Breviarium Dreisetzense printed the first breviary in Niederreichen. To the end of the 70s, liturgical books were printed also in other German cities, Augsburg and Würzburg, in France, in Paris, in Belgium, in Leuven, and in Czech, in Pilsen. The production of liturgical books increased all the time in the 15th century. In 70s, there were printed 1,074. In the 70s were printed around 22 editions, in 80s 174 edition, and in 90s 196 edition. so it grow up all the time. In this period, there are visible different way of organization of printing the liturgical books. Some printers were particularly specialized in production of this specific kind of books, like Erhard Rattold or Georg Stuchs. This printing office worked usually in cities where art of printing was much developed, like, for example, Venice or Nuremberg. The liturgical books were also printed in highly developed printing houses that did not focus on liturgical books. For example, very famous printing in Basel, Johann Amerbach, print only 2 missals, and the order of his production were theological and philosophical incunabula. On the other hand, liturgical books were printed by very small and short-time working printers, sometimes in the place where the printing, when the other printing houses were not existed. For example, a printer of Statuta Synodalia, who operated in Pilsen in Czech Republic, print 1 agenda and 1 missal for the Diocese of Prague. Apart from this 2 liturgical books, he print only 5 other incunabula. But the ecclesiastical province of Gniezno don't use this way of printing liturgical books for them. The earliest known liturgical incunabula for the province of Gniezno is the Krakow Breviary, printed in Venice in 1483 by Nicolaus de Francfort. He was a printer in Venice from 1481 to 1516, who printed numerous liturgical books. The oldest Krakow Breviary was described by George Wolfgang Panzer in Annales Typographici, based on the copy in the University on Lviv Library. Today, no copy of this edition of the breviary is known, and it's even not mentioned in the Gesamtkatalog of Wiegendrucke, but the very detailed description by Panzer, in my opinion, looks very reliable. And we can believe that this edition really exists. In the second half of the 15th century, Polish cultural connection with Italy were very strong, which is visible in very numerous Venetian incunabula in Polish libraries today. However, the subsequent liturgical books for a Polish diocese was not printed in Venice until 1499, by when Johann Hammann printed the breviary for the Diocese of Płock. It was the second and the last liturgical incunabula printed for the churches of the province of Gniezno in Venice. The remaining liturgical books were printed in Germany and in Switzerland. Currently, we know 9 liturgical books printed for the province of Gniezno in 80s. Only 2 dioceses organized the printing of their own books, Krakow and Wrocław. At the same time, when the Krakow Breviary was printed in Venice, also the Diocese of Wrocław printed the missals for themselves. In the following years, the Peter Schoeffer produced another 5 liturgical books for the province of Gniezno, more than any other printer in the area of incunabula. These were only missals, 3 missals for Wrocław, 2 for Krakow, and 1 common for Gniezno and Krakow. 2 years after the first printed of the... Yes? So I have to finish, so maybe I will only show you some conclusions. So here you have the 1 missal printed for Peter Schoeffer from Wrocław, and this is another printer who print many liturgical books for Gniezno, George Stuchs in Nuremberg. Here you can see the Polish liturgical books were printed mainly in 3 cities, Strasbourg, Mainz, and Nuremberg. Here you can see that most of the liturgical books in Germany were printed not closely to Poland, but in the south of the Germany, with one exception, which was Lübeck. And also, I need to say that Polish bishops, they added the privilege for the printers and booksellers who work for them. This is the privilege of Cardinal Fryderyk Jagiellonian for Polish bookseller and publisher Jan Haller. And Jan Haller, he paid for the printing of Polish liturgical books, and he was the only person which could sold these books in the territory of the province of Gniezno. And because not all the Polish dioceses were able to pay for the print the liturgical books only for them, so they organized the cooperation and they pay together for the liturgical books. Like here you see the missal, which was printed for two dioceses, Gniezno and Kraków. And here you can see only the richest dioceses, Kraków and Gniezno, was able to pay for more than one edition of liturgical books. Other dioceses can pay for only one edition, one breviary or one missal, and I hope in the publication I can give more details. Thank you for your attention.
Ačiū Fryderykui už pranešimą. Thank you so much for your presentation. Ir ar auditorija turi klausimų? Galbūt taip.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I enjoyed it a great deal. I apologize if you mentioned this in your presentation and I didn't notice, but how long did it take for this reliance on books printed outside of the ecclesiastical area to end?
Yes, we have only few information about that, and maybe helpful will be the information which we can find in the archive of the chapter of Gniezno. At the end of the 15th century, the chapter of Gniezno, they want to buy the breviary for this diocese, and they ordered this task to the one Polish bookseller, Petrus from Lübeck, and we have information when the decision was made and when the breviary was printed and they are accessible in the diocese, and this process takes around 2 years. And we can establish this very precisely because all the process is described in the documents of the chapter of Gniezno. But we have this information only for this one case, and how long it was for the other 26 liturgical books for Gniezno diocese, we didn't know.
Thank you. Ačiū. Ar dar yra klausimų? Jeigu nėra, dėkojame pranešėjui. Thank you, Fryderyk.
Ačiū.
So, dear colleagues, welcome back from the coffee break, and let us continue our work with session number 5. And let us welcome Dr. Angela Shkovierova. She leads seminars and exercises in the Latin language at the medical faculty of the Charles University in Bratislava. Okay. She deals with the research of Latin writings of Slovak authors of the 15th to 19th centuries. She mainly concentrates on authors originating from the territory of today's Slovakia, but active in Bohemia and Moravia. And Angela also examines the functions, status, and use of Latin and its relationship to Slovak, especially in writings of religious content and by researching Slovak sermons. So let us please welcome Dr. Angela Shkobjarova.
Oh, thank you for your invitation. Thank you for the possibility to present my paper this way. And I immediately start. Ladies and gentlemen, history, political and cultural past of Slovakia, like many other today independent countries and states or specific regions, cannot be separated from the European context. On the contrary, in researching the history of book culture, literature, or more broadly understood cultural history, it is also necessary to deal with the ties of Slovakia to the surrounding countries. The evidence that those ties exist is also a large number of mostly Protestant authors originating from the territory of today's Slovakia or those who worked for a long time in the territory of today's Slovakia and in the period before the Battle of Biela Hora, so White Mountain near the Prague in Czech Republic, published at least one work in one of the Czech or Moravian cities. The mutual influence of the religious and cultural traditions can be traced back to the period of the common Great Moravian Empire. Economic, political and cultural relations between the Czech and Hungarian states were established very early. Rapid economic and cultural boom of Prague and Bohemia in the 14th century also significantly influenced Hungarian conditions. Cultural contacts, especially between Western Slovakia and Moravia, represented by the arrival of scribes from Bohemia, mutual contact and exchange of members of religious orders, and gradually also the arrival of Czech, Moravian and Silesian Protestant preachers in Slovakia can also be traced earlier than the 15th century. They settled in the border area, worked among Slovak evangelics, spread Czech religious literature on Slovak territory, which were used in religious ceremonies. In the second half of the 15th century, during the region of Matej Korvin, especially after the annexation of Moravia to Hungary, favorable conditions arose for intensive economic and cultural relations, as well as for the fluctuation of the people between Moravia and Slovakia, which also spread to Bohemia under the Jagiellonians. After the Battle of Moháč in 1526, the Czech lands and Slovakia became a part of the multinational Habsburg monarchy, which created circumstances enabling mutual Czech-Slovak relations to develop within one state. In the period in the turn of the 16th and 17th centuries, cultural, literary and confessional relations are documented by the participation of a relatively large number of Slovak scholars in the formation of Czech cultural and literary life. On the basis of the prints that personalities originally from Slovakia published in the Czech countries or contributed to them as authors, we can deduce their professional, religious or political orientation. Many of the relatively large community of Slovak educated people which we managed to identify in the Czech countries are really only authors of small occasional poetry, small literary works, congratulatory, celebratory poems, occasional speeches, etc. Those authors and their works also are part of the mosaic documenting the integration of the educated community of humanists originating from the territory of today's Slovakia into wider educational networks. In the case of Upper Hungarian scholars, the fact that there were no university on the territory of today's Slovakia was certainly one, but not the only determining factor of their activity outside their original homeland. Studium Generale in Bratislava functioned only for a very short time, from 1467 till 1491, and the need for education in a humanistic spirit was saturated by the universities centers of Krakow and Vienna, and also, and last but not least, by the Protestant universities in Wittenberg and Prague, where after completing studies at gymnasiums and lower schools in the 16th century already abundantly established on the territory of Slovakia, mainly of our Protestant students studied. Protestants coming from prosperous Upper Hungarian towns mostly chose prestigious schools in cities where they had relatives. For example, the Jihlava was famous and probably one of the most visited Czech city schools, with students coming from the territory of today's Slovakia. Another city interesting for Slovak students was Uherský Brod. Already at the end of 16th and beginning of the 17th centuries, the cultural context of humanists coming from the territory of today's Slovakia with the educational environment of Uherský Brod were rich. Students coming from Upper Hungary then acquired a higher humanistic education at foreign universities, especially at German universities and in Prague, for which they decide on the one hand because of its territorial and linguistic proximity, on the other hand on the basis of the Protestant orientation of the Charles University there and the fact that in the historical context most of its students and professors came from Germany, but in the pre-White Mountain period representatives of the Slavic people gained significant representation and influence here. A certain but smaller part of students coming from Upper Hungary, subsequently working mainly in the territory of Bohemia and Moravia, studied in Wittenberg or in Vienna. It was unusual for Slovaks studying in the Czech Republic to return home from studies at a foreign university to the Czech regions, to stay there, find a place, or accept an invitation from a Czech school or parish. If the student former student was literary active, his works were usually published on Czech territory. A general phenomenon of the life of former Prague students and graduates after their departure from the academic environment was marriage, often multiple times, with the help of which the former teacher obtained both the status of a full-fledged citizen and a more significant social position in the city. This step in life, by which he definitely broke with the university, which required celibacy from the teachers until the reforms in 1609 till 1611, was the usual way of social ascension, at least to better material conditions. From the further course of the lives, it is evident that the former student was headed for the more lucrative professions of city scribes, notarius, or the private professors of medicines. There were a direct path to positions in the city council, or even to ennoblement or an improvement of the coat of arms, which increased the prestige of a university graduate to the highest possible social level. An important group of humanists active in Bohemia and Moravia consists of those whose activities were in some way directly connected with Charles University. They worked here as professors, also held the positions of deans and rectors, or other positions connected with the administration and activities of the university. The university had lower schools in central Bohemia under its management, to which it appointed its graduates as rectors or teachers. Many of them also continued their master's studies or earned a doctorate and so many students from Upper Hungary connected their professional activities with some Czech school. They usually even alternate between several positions or several schools. The second, equally important group consists of clergy. Those were mostly originally Upper Hungarian members of the evangelical confession who after ordination found employment in Bohemia and joined one of the Protestant churches there. In the year 1621 is considered a turning point in the year of 1621 is considered a turning point in the sense of that on 23rd June this year, as a result of the defeat of the Czech estates in the Battle of White Mountain on November 8, 1620, 27 rebellious estate leaders were executed on the Old Town Square in Prague. In Bohemia, not only the political situation and society's attitude towards non-Catholic change, but also the status of the Charles University and many non-Catholic scholars were forced to leave the Czech lands. During this period, many of the Slovak scholars working in Bohemia and Moravia ended their public activities. Some converted to the Catholicism. Before the Battle of on White Mountain, approximately 100 educated people whose origin is linked to the territory of today's Slovakia came into contact with printed books, literature, and writing in the broadest sense of the word in the territory of Bohemia and Moravia. Those who were active in publishing wrote in Latin or in the vernacular Czech language. Latin was still the preferred language in developing scientific fields during the period of humanism. This applies especially to medicine and some natural sciences, from the sciences that we would call humanities today, especially to history and linguistics. The use of Greek words in the titles of scientific works and occasional poetry or directly in their text was also frequent. However, artistic and popularizing works in the Czech have already begun to create. Most Latin words entered the literary language in the 16th century. Czech humanists often resorted to Latin if they wanted to explain something to experts. Most Latin words were used in school, in medicine, in law. In this period, humanist Czech culminated in so-called Kralická Bible, or Bible from town Kralice, which then became de facto norm for both in the homeland and in exile for almost 2 centuries. This so-called biblioteka, which was special language used in the Bible of Kralice, was used in Slovakia almost until the middle of the 19th century as the language of any evangelical writings. Among the producers of the text in which Slovak elements appear, we have to mention the only known Slovak first printer working outside of the territory of Slovakia. It was Mikuláš Bakaláš Štětina. He was already active in Pilsen at the end of 15th century and printed in Czech. Part of his publications consist of small, informative and entertaining reading. He also published educational and travel writings. He processed, translated and edited their text himself. So with some Slovak elements, Czech text with Slovak elements. From the point of view of the genre composition, translators, yes. From the point of view of genre composition, the work of Slovak humanists also reflected the variety of contemporary Czech literature. Authors directly connected to the Charles University published not only scientific works reacting to current contemporary events about the plague, astronomical writings, etc., but also various polemical, historical, philosophical and political treatises. In addition to the works with which university professors contributed to the development of the scientific fields were fields that were gradually established at the Charles University, Slovak authors from secular genres also created and published works that could be considered popularizing, spreading knowledge, news for the general public. Those related to descriptions of various events, natural phenomena like earthquakes, interesting places, political or social events. A specific genre aimed at the folk and middle class environment was preaching. In addition to the sermons, our authors in Bohemia and Moravia also published various religious and moral tractates, commented on ethical and moral issues, and developed spiritual poetry represented by psalms reworked into songs or verses. Calendars were no less important items in the bookshop than religious literature. Their publication was one of the main economic pillars of the book printing business and was ensured by certain privileges granted primarily to the author himself, but also to the printer. In addition to the direct authors of various literary formations in Bohemia and Moravia, there were also other personalities who contributed to the creation of the books, or in broader sense, they indirectly contributed to the development of education and book culture. They were, for example, translators. So I have some translators here. Translators. Research into the history of book culture is an integral part of historical research, but especially research into the spiritual and cultural development of any nation. Not only the authors and translators of literary works themselves participated in it, but also patrons, thanks to whom humanists could not only study but also publish their works. We know that some humanists depended on the patronage of the Czech and Moravian nobility. From the territory of today's Slovakia, we know is well-known patron Stanislav Turzov. He also supports some Czech writers. Evidence of the education of personalities coming from the territory of today's Hungary was not only that they themselves were authors and translators or supporters of the authors and translators of books, but also that many of them owned books, as evidenced by the owners' records in historical publications. Some had at least one book. An interesting book collection was owned by a pastor from the Moravian village of Rusinovice, Samuel Rokocký, which came from Slovak town Slovenská Lukča. It was possible to identify 15 books with a handwritten ownership from his library. The formal arrangement of the works in which Slovakian personalities participated, book owners, The formal arrangement of the works in which Slovakian personalities participated as authors or in any other way reflected the trends of the time and did not show any signs of exceptionality. I mean, they was not very different from Czech production. From the point of view of cooperation with the Czech and Moravian printers, the largest number of prints by Slovak authors in this period were published in Prague by 16 printers. Outside of Prague, 2 presses were published in Prague by 16 printers. Outside the Prague, 2 presses were published in Litomyšl, town of Litomyšl, a total of 3 presses in Olomouc and 1 press in Hradec Králové, town of Hradec Králové. No printer was exclusively engaged in printing Slovak prints. The nationality of the person ordering the prints was not important at all, just at the relationship between the confessional affiliation of the author and the printer was not so important either. Most of the printers were focused on printing works of a certain type, like current news, small press, scientific works, religious press with regard to confession. However, the proximity of the place where the particular printer worked undoubtedly also played a role. The issues associated with personalities originating from the territory of today's Slovakia, active at the turn of the 16th and 17th centuries in Bohemia and Moravia, are very broad and can be viewed from several perspectives. For now, it seems most feasible to follow the line of the life and works of selected personalities and then, based on the available secondary information, try to create a kind of social networks within which those personalities functioned. When delving into the study of the life and work of individual humanists, new connections emerge that show diverse cultural, confessional, professional, business and political connections. At the same time, it can be seen that the gifted individuals coming from our territory, I mean our Slovak territory, did not get lost. They were able to establish themselves in a culturally close environment, flexibly adapt to the requirements and conditions of their new homeland, establish new beneficial contacts, develop their gifts and talents, and enrich their surroundings with them. So it's all from my part. Thank you for attention.
Thank you very much, Angela. Do we have any questions in the audience now? Well, maybe I could start with myself. I have one question. Actually, you gave us a perfect insight into humanist activities before this period of 30 Years' War, and also in the area that is not very much revealed nowadays. And yeah, there are a lot of interesting and special ideas you presented. I have a question about students, more or less, because I'm researching early modern dissertations myself. And could you comment on students' life in the relating to the question of peregrinatio academica? Did this phenomenon existed in the areas you are researching, and which maybe countries were those that students mostly choose to visit?
Yes, our students, so as I said in my presentation, they mostly used or visited Czech countries, some cities, which I said in my presentation, like Prague was the top place for our students because of proximity of language and also for the Protestant orientation of the schools. But they visit the students from Slovakia. They also often visit lower schools in Czech countries or Moravia. Then some schools maybe in Germany or Austria, but mostly Czech Republic. It was really the top place for our students.
Mm-hmm. I see. Thank you very much. Could there be any more questions, please? Yes. Then let's say thank you again to Angela, and let's continue our work. I would like to invite our colleague Brigitte Zorkiene. She is a senior librarian at the Rare Publications Department of the Vilnius University Library. She is a PhD student at the Faculty of History of Vilnius University and her research topics are thematic research of all document collections, the history of the Jesuit order, and Vilnius University. So please, Brigitte, the floor is yours.
Labadiena dar kartą. Taigi, šiandien savo trumpą apžvalgą noriu pristatyti įvairių tautų jėzuitų parengtos literatūros susijusios su misijomis egzotiniuose kraštuose 17-18 amžiuje įvairovę, kuri šiuo metu yra prieinama ir saugoma Vilniaus universiteto bibliotekoje. Taigi, misijų veikla buvo labai svarbi jėzuitų ordino veiklos dalis. Tačiau šios vienuolijos nariai egzotiniuose kraštuose ne tik skleidė krikščionybę, tačiau skatinami juos ir tyrinėjo. Prašau atkreipti dėmesį į citatą ekrane. Ordino įkūrėjas Šventasis Ignacas Lojola ragina savo bendražygius esančius Indijoje rašyti ir aprašyti, kokio ilgumo yra dienos, aprašyti įvairias detalės apie vietinius gyvūnus ir panašiai. Ir šie tyrimai, net ir žvelgiant iš šių dienų perspektyvos, vis dar atrodo išsamus, pažangus, o tuomet tai dažniausiai buvo vienintelis šaltinis apie tolimus egzotinius kraštus tiek aptariamuoju metu, tiek ir ištisus dešimtmečius ateityje. Pirmiausia, reikia paminėti, kad į misiją skelbti Evangeliją įvairiausiose pasaulio kraštuose vykti norėjo labai daug skirtingų tautybių jėzuitų. Jo žavėjo galimybė pamatyti, pažinti kultūras ir bendruomenės, kurios jų manimų neturėjo ir greičiausiai niekada neturės kontakto su europiečiais. Taigi toks tuo metu buvo pasaulio matymas ir šis matymas dar stipriau skatino tirti ir fiksuoti. Ekrane matote 20 amžiaus jėzuito citatą apie misijas, bet man atrodo, jos atitinka ir 17-18 amžiaus jėzuitų nuotaikas. Archyvuose yra išlikę apie 14 000 jėzuitų prašymų vykti į misijas, rašytų iki 18 amžiaus pabaigos. Taigi akivaizdu, kad norinčiųjų išvykti buvo daug daugiau nei reikėjo. Viena iš gausios misijų literatūros radimosi priežasčių buvo ta, kad jėzuitai anksti suvokė, kad norėdami būti išgirsti ir padaryti įtaką, turi pažinti naują aplinką ir kiek įmanoma prisitaikyti. Taigi tiek apaštalaudami savo provincijoje, tiek atlikdami misijas kitose kraštuose, jėzuitai siekia kuo geriau adaptuotis prie vietinių gyventojų, pavyzdžiui, per kalbą. 1583 metais jėzuitai ėmėsi sudaryti dvikalbį portugalų kinų kalbų žodyną arba prancūzų jėzuitas Aleksandras Rodas sudarė vietnamiečių portugalų lotynų kalbų žodyną ir taip toliau. Na, o kiekvieno jėzuito misionieriaus geriausi draugai buvo knygos, kadangi jos palaikė ir dvasinę, ir intelektinę gerovę, ypač tarnaujant misijose. Trumpai kalbant, jėzuitiškų universitetų ar kolegijų bibliotekos yra atskirų tyrimo objektai, tačiau privalu pasakyti, kad jėzuitų bibliotekos buvo orientuotos į praktinę naudą ir šiuose bibliotekose buvo kaupiama medžiaga reikalinga mokslui, studijoms, sielovadai ir kitiems draugijos veiklos aspektams. Na, o bibliotekos buvo pildytos tiek dovanotomis knygomis, tiek pačių jėzuitų iniciatyva, kadangi vietos spaustuvių produkcija negalėjo patenkinti viso jėzuitų poreikio, todėl dalis reikalingų leidinių, spausdintų didžiausiuose to meto spaudos centruose, buvo įsigyjama ir tokiu būdu Vilniaus universiteto bibliotekoje atsirado įvairūs užsienio jėzuitų veikalai ir tyrinėjimai, taip pat ir egzotinių kraštų tyrimai, atsiminimai, biografijų rinktinės ir panašiai. Taigi, pereinant prie konkrečių leidinių, pirmiausia, dėrėtų pradėti nuo bendro pasaulio vaizdo, tuomečio pasaulio vaizdo. Pasaulinio jėzuitų misijų tinklo mastą gerai atskleidžia žemėlapis, parengtas jėzuito kartografo, geografo Heinricho Schererio. Žemėlapis itin meniškas, tačiau ir tikslus. Pirmiausia, jame vaizduojamo pasaulio centras yra tuščia kiaurymė, kaip matome žemėlapio centre, yra tuščia. Ir tai yra šiaurės ašigalis. Tokį vaizdavimą autorius pasirinko neatsitiktinai, kadangi taip ne tik lengviau pavaizduoti kelionių mastą, bet ir parodyti misionierių darbą pasaulio periferijoje, tai yra ne Europoje, kadangi jėzuitų misijų veiklos teritorija buvo naujasis pasaulis, apie kurį žmonija pirmą kartą sužinojo didžiųjų geografinių atradimų metu. Na, o įvairios jėzuitų misijų vietos žemėlapyje pažymėtos smulkiais ženkleliais, Kristaus monogramomis, matome, jų visur yra daug, taip pat kairėje yra fragmentas, šiek tiek išdidintas. Na ir šie ženkleliai atskleidžia vienuolijos narių pasklidimą visame pasaulyje. Žemėlapis taip pat papuoštas žymių jėzuitų atvaizdais. Viršuje dešinėje matome Etiopijos patriarchą jėzuitą Andresą Oviedą. Viršuje kairėje Brazilijos apaštalą šventąjį Juozapą Ančietą. Apačioje kairėje ordino įkūrėjas šventasis Ignacas Loyola, o apačioje dešinėje jėzuito misionieriaus idealas, misijų Azijoje pradininkas šventasis Pranciškus Ksaveras. Taigi, ekrane matomi evangelijų paaiškinimai ir meditacijos buvo išleisti 1607 metais. Ši knyga pirmiausia buvo parengta jėzuitams studentams, kuriems, kaip su laiku paaiškėjo, buvo per sunku, cituoju, sukurti materialų vaizdą nematerialioje vaizduotėje. Knygos autorius Jeronimas Nadalis buvo, sakytume, pirmosios kartos jėzuitas, Švento Ignaco Lojolos bičiulis, vienas iš jėzuitų ordino įkūrėjų. Šioje knygoje yra pateikiami 153 komentarais papildyti raižiniai, vaizduojantis biblinius įvykius. Tai ir kartu su šventojo rašto meditacijomis tai yra priemonė kartu suformuoti, kabutėse, teisingas mintis. Ir šiuo atveju atvaizdas buvo lygiavertis tekstui. Tačiau šis leidinys buvo pritaikytas ir naudojamas ir platesnės auditorijos. Italas jėzuitas Matėjus Ryčis, vykdydamas savo misiją Kinijoje, neslėpė susižavėjimo šiuo leidiniu, kai jam į rankas pateko evangelijų paaiškinimai. Ir savo laiške iš Pekino jis labai teigiamai vertino knygos reikšmę, pabrėždamas, kad švietimo atžvilgiu šis leidinys yra naudingesnis už Bibliją, kadangi Dievo mokymas skelbti yra lengviau, kai žmonėms prieš akis gali parodyti tai, ko kartais neįmanoma išreikšti žodžiais. Na ir galime pasižiūrėti. Galime matyti, kaip autoriai siūlo įsivaizduoti paskutinę vakarienę, tai vaizdas kairėje, arba sunkiau žodžiais nupasakojimus epizodus, kaip pavyzdžiui vidurinis vaizdas, tai yra Jėzaus nužengimo į pragarus scena po nukryžiavimo, arba Kristaus prisikėlimas. Taigi ši knyga puikiai pasitarnavo kaip įrankis žinių mainams ir šiuo atveju jėzuitai į naująjį pasaulį nešė žinias apie krikščionybę ir krikščioniškąją kultūrą. Greta mokomosios medžiagos yra glaudžiai susijusi ir privalomoji literatūra. Knygos lenkų, lotynų kalbomis aprašančios misijas tolimuosiuose rytuose, taip pat Šventojo Pranciškaus Ksavero laiškai buvo privalomi skaitiniai 17 amžiaus jėzuitų studentams Lenkijoje ir Lietuvoje. Ir į jėzuitų naujokams privalomų skaitinių rinkinį taip pat įeidavo ir litere indice, tai yra laiškai, kuriuose aprašomos jėzuitų misijos Indijose, kaip jie vadindavo, taip pat kai kurie istoriniai veikalai ir misionierių kankinių biografijos. Visi šie tekstai turėjo įkvėpti naujus ir jaunus jėzuitų ordino narius. Ir ekrano pačioje matome įrašą, liudijantį, kad viena iš šių knygų, tai yra laiškai, jėzuitų misionierių laiškai išversti į lenkų kalbą, priklausė Vilniaus jėzuitų novicijatui. Iš tikrųjų, šie laiškai būdavo verčiami į vietinės kalbas, kad žinios apie misijas, tolimus kraštus ir jėzuitų veiklą pasiektų kuo daugiau žmonių. O pačios laiškų rinktinės liudija jėzuitus pabuvojus ir Marijanų salose, ir Indijoje, ir Mongolijoje, ir Egipte, ir dar daug kur. Lygiai taip pat jaunąją bendruomenę turėjo įkvėpti ir kankinių misionierių biografijos. Šiuose biografijose, jų rinktinėse aprašomas misionieriaus gyvenimas, jo veikla misijose ir kankinių mirtis. Ekrane matome fragmentus iš gausiai iliustruotos čekų jėzuitų Matiejaus Tanerio kankinių biografijų rinktinės. Autorius surinko daugybę biografijų kankinių, kurie žuvo visose pasaulio kontinentuose. Ir vaizdas dešinėje mums rodo, kad buvo jėzuitų kankinių ir iš Lietuvos ir Lenkijos. Matome, kad Švedijoje ir buvo nukankintas vienas tėvas jėzuitas ir 3 broliai jėzuitai, lenkai ir lietuviai. Taigi, tęsiant mintį apie žinių mainus, Amerikoje, Afrikoje, Azijoje gyvenusios tautos pačios to nežinodamos, jėzuitų dėka apie savo kultūrą, papročius, gamtą pranešė Europai. Ir dabar perėsime prie konkrečių kraštų tyrinėjimų ir toliau pateikiami pavyzdžiai taip pat pateikia ne tik pačių leidinių, tačiau ir jų parengimo aplinkybių įvairovę. Kalbant apie Afrikos žemyną, Portugalas Gonzalas da Silveira, paties Švento Ignaco Lojolos, buvo išsiųstas į Indiją kaip provincijolas, kaip aukštas ordino pareigūnas ir ten jis darbavosi 3 metus. Jėzuitui sekėsi, tačiau jis sakydavo, kad, cituoju, Dievas davė man malonę būti nesutvertam valdžiai. Taigi 1560-aisiais Silveira buvo išsiųstas į misionierių visiškai neatrastą, misionierių visiškai neaplankytą kraštą, Pietryčių Afriką, ir Zambezės upe šventųjų kalėdų dieną atvyko į Monomotapą. 16 amžiaus žemėlapyje taip pat yra vaizduojama ši valstybė. Monomotapa šiuo metu yra dabartinė Zimbabvės, Mozambiko ir Zambijos teritorijose. Taigi Monomotapoje Silveira gyveno iki pat mirties. Jis vietinius sužavėjo savo pamaldumu, savo kuklumu, ilgainiui pakrikštė tiek valstybės karalių, tiek ir jo pavaldinius, sulaukė didelio palankumo, tačiau musulmonų pirkliai pagalvojo, jog Silveira buvo atsiųstas portugalų pirklių ir savo piktavališkais burtais nori apkerėti vietinius gyventojus. Jie manė, kad jėzuitas yra portugalų šnipas. Todėl praėjus vos metams po atvykimo, jėzuitas buvo nužudytas savo paties pakrikštito karaliaus įsakymu. Taigi šiuo atveju jėzuitas aplankė ir tyrinėjo svetimšaliams visiškai nežinomą naują kraštą, tačiau nespėjo jo aprašyti, nes žuvo praėjus vos metams. Tačiau jo veikla buvo aprašyta ir pateikta jau minėtoje jėzuitų kankinių biografijų rinktinėje. Ir galime matyti vieną skaitrę atgal. Jis taip pat buvo užfiksuotas ir iliustracijoje matome netgi jo žūties priežastį. Vietinių žmonių karaliaus įsakymu jis buvo pasmaugtas. Keliaujant į Aziją, prancūzų jėzuitas Žanas Baptistas Duhalde niekada nesilankė jokiuose tolimuose kraštuose, nesilankė Azijoje, tačiau įkvėptas paties redaguotų jėzuitų misionierių Kinijoje laiškų parengė knygą, kurią nuomet pateko į visas akademinės bibliotekas. Vilniaus universiteto bibliotekoje yra saugomas jo parengtas 1735 metų Prancūzijoje išleistas 4 tomų žinynas, geografinis, istorinis, chronologinis, politinis ir fizinis, Kinijos imperijos ir kiniškosios totorijos aprašymas. Šis aprašymas buvo parengtas remiantis 17 jėzuitų misionierių pasakojimais ir autentiškais kinų tekstais. Šią knygą itin susidomėjo prancūzų švietėjai, diskutavę apie įvairias skirtingas pasaulio religijas ir kultūras. Ir vienas iš iškiliausių šios epochos atstovų, Volteras, apie Duhaldės darbą yra pasakęs, jog nepaisant to, kad ši knyga buvo parašyta niekada nesilankius Kinijoje, tai yra išsamiausias ir geriausias Kinijos imperijos aprašymas. Pavyzdžiui, žinyne yra pateikiamas pirmasis Korėjos pusiasalio žemėlapis, aprašomi ir vaizduojami tokie europiečius masinė kinų civilizacijos pasiekimai kaip šilko gamyba arba vietinė flora ir fauna. Dar vieni tyrinėjimai saugomi Vilniaus universiteto bibliotekoje. Tai yra flamandų jėzuito Ferdinando Verbisto parengti ir kiniškais antspaudais ir įrašais paženklinti leidiniai apie Kinijos imperatoriaus keliones bei krikščionybės padėtį šioje tolimųjų rytų šalyje. Jėzuitas matematikas ir astronomas Ferdinandas Verbistas į Kiniją išvyko 1658 metais, nes buvo pakviestas paties imperatoriaus į Pekino observatoriją. Tuo metu ten jau gyveno ir dirbo dar vienas jėzuitas. Verbistas Kinijoje vertėjavo, mokytojavo, rašė įvairius veikalus. Tačiau vėlgi susiklošius nepalankioms aplinkybėms, visi misionieriai buvo įkalinti, tačiau išgyveno, o Verbisto knygos liko ir, kaip matome iš įrašų, buvo skaitytos prancūzų tėvų jėzuitų Pekine, o vėliau pasiekė ir Vilniaus universiteto biblioteką. Persikeliam į Ameriką. Ispanų jėzuitas Juanas Eusebijus Nierenbergas yra laikomas vienu produktyviausių ir universaliausių savo laikotarpių autorių. Iš tikrųjų, didelė dalis jo kūrinių yra religinės tematikos, tačiau jėzuitas taip pat domėjosi ir mokslu. Antverpene išleista jo gamtos, daugiausia svetimų kraštų istorija, buvo viena pirmųjų naujojo pasaulio floros ir faunos enciklopedijų, daugiausia dėmesio skyriusi naujai Ispanijai. Tai yra Ispanijos karalystės kolonijoms dabartinėje Pietų ir Centrinėje Amerikoje, Karibuose, Okeanijoje ir panašiai. Nierenbergas pats keliavo į Pietų Ameriką, kad galėtų kiek įmanoma išsamiau aprašyti ir pavaizduoti regiono gamtą. Šiais laikais jo aprašymai mokslininkų yra tyrinėjami ir vertinami dviejopai. Viena vertus, kai kurie tyrinėjimai yra įamžinę dar egzistuojančias ir jau išnykusias rūšis, neatsilieka nuo moderniųjų mokslinių tyrimų, tačiau kai kurie autoriaus teiginiai buvo paveikti tuomečių prietarų, yra perdėti, neteisingi, o kai kurios būtybės ir augalai yra tiesiog vietinių legendų ir autoriaus fantazijos kratinys. Pavyzdžiui, Nierenbergas mini, kad Pietų Amerikoje egzistuoja augalas, gebantis parodyti, ar augalą palietęs sergantis žmogus gyvens ar mirs. Trumpai tariant, jei žmogus palies augalą, jo šakelė nudžius, ligonis neišgyvens, o jei šakelė rankose sužaliuos, tai tuomet žmogus liks gyvas. Nierenbergas šį augalą įvardė kaip teomatl, tačiau iš tikrųjų tai greičiausiai yra ir šiandien egzistuojanti viena iš fikuso rūšių, tačiau dar actekų laikais įgijusi neva stebuklingų galių. Tačiau kitame skyriuje Nierenbergas aprašo vieną gyvūną. Cituoju. Indėnai vieną lapį rūšį vadina kojotl. Tai senajame pasaulyje nežinomas gyvūnas, panašia į vilko galvą, didelėmis šviesiomis bliškiomis akimis, mažomis smailėjančiomis ausimis ir tamsiu ilgu snukučiu. Jo nagai stori ir išlenkti, o uodegas ilga ir stora. Jis panašus į mūsų lapes, europietiškas lapes, su kuriomis gali būti giminingas ir savo dydžiu yra maždaug per vidurį tarp vilko ir lapės. Jis medžioja kiaules ir elnius ir yra žinoma, kad žudo ir žmonės. Jo kailis ilgas ir margas, tai gudrus medžiotojas. Jei kitas gyvūnas pagrobė iš kojoto grobį, net ir po kelių dienų kojotas gali atpažinti, susekti vagį ir jį patį sumedžioti. Taigi, akivaizdu, kad kojotus jėzuitas apibūdino šiuo atveju tikrai tiksliai. Na, tikrai, kadangi daug aprašymų, tai galime atrasti daugybę gyvūnų, kurių palikuonis gyvena ir iki šiol. Kalbant apibendrintai, jėzuitų vaidmuo, kuriant ir platinant žinias ir spausdintinę knygą yra akivaizdus ir trejopas. Jėzuitai buvo ir leidėjai, ir skaitytojai, ir saugotojai. O kaip jau buvo galima suprasti, žinių mainai buvo abipusiai. Dar pridėjus ir Europą, kur jėzuitų veikla yra akivaizdi, galime teikti, kad jėzuitai yra tyrinėję ir į Europą atnešę žinias apie visą pasaulį. Aukšto lygio jėzuitų tyrinėjimai sukūrė vientiso, neskylėto pasaulio vaizdą, o tą leido padaryti intensyvi vidinė komunikacija centralizuotoje ordino bendruomenėje. Kaip matyti, netgi iš nedidelės dalies pavyzdžių, Lietuvos provincijos jėzuitų bendruomenė buvo lygiavertė pasaulinio žinių tinklo dalis, o Vilniaus universiteto biblioteka neabejotinai atliko reikšmingą žinių kaupimo ir mokslo sklaidos funkciją ankstyvųjų naujųjų laikų Europoje mūsų regione. Tai ačiū uždėmesi.
Thank you very much, Brigitte. Do we have any questions here? Yes, please.
Is it okay for me to proceed in English?
Yep.
Thank you, Brigitte, for that fantastic presentation. I was struck with the animals at the end, how well illustrated they were compared to the photographs. It reminded me of some illustrations you get of kangaroos when Britain first went to Australia, and they're really bad because they're based off sort of written descriptions. I just wondered, are there any illustrations in the book where the animals perhaps aren't represented very well?
Man atrodo, I will speak in Lithuanian, okay? Man atrodo, kad nerealiausiai pavaizduoti gyvūnai šioje knygoje yra tie būtent, apie kuriuos aš kalbėjau, jog jie yra mitiniai, susijęs su vietiniais papročiais, su actekų kultūra, bet iš tikrųjų pervertus visą knygą, pavyzdžiui, šarvuočiai, kengūrų neteko matyti, bet realūs gyvūnai, kurios galima atrasti ir šiandien, yra tikrai, mano nuomonė, pavaizduoti realiai, o apaugę prietarais ir įvairiom legendom gyvūnai, fantastiniai gyvūnai, tikrai jie yra labai fantastiniai.
Thank you. Any more questions here to Brigitte? Yes, please.
Aš tik norėjau pasiteirauti, kad knygos, kurios pasiekė Vilniaus universitetą apie tas misijas, ar yra kokių skaitytojų ženklų, komentarų, ar yra aptikta? Kad jos buvo svarbios, jos buvo skaitytos, ta informacija rinkta, bet paties skaitimo ženklų.
Negaliu garantuoti, kad visose nėra, tačiau kiek man teko peržiūrėti, ruošiantis prezentacijai, tai skaitimo ženklų gausių tikrai neteko matyti ar komentarų, ar kažkokių pataisimų.
Yes, thank you very much, everybody. If we don't have any more questions, then we can continue with the next speaker. And thank you again, Brigitte. Let us welcome our colleague from Sweden. We will hear her online. So let us meet Marianne Gillion. She is a Marie Skłodowska-Curie Fellow in the Department of Musicology at Upsala University. Previously, Marianne held postdoctoral positions at the University of Salzburg and at the Catholic University Leuven. Marianne's research interests include plain chant pedagogy, performance practices, and the musical lives of semi-religious women. So, please, Marianne, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your kind introduction, and I'm hoping that you can see and hear me all right. Yes? Oh, perfect. Thank you. And thank you so much to the organizers for arranging this wonderful hybrid conference. I'm sad that I can't be with you in person, but absolutely delighted to follow along here in Uppsala. In the wake of the Reformation, scholars and singers set about crafting liturgies and creating books for the new orders of service. A central component of these editors' work was revising the traditional music of worship, plain chant. Chant functioned as a sonic expression of communal religious identities. Its adaptation and continued use were essential to the success of new liturgies. The editor's task was daunting. They were confronted with a repertoire of thousands of pieces of music. From this multitude, they needed to select items that were biblical, orthodox, and familiar. The music also needed to be instructive for the Latin school students who sang portions of the services. 5 large-scale chant compendia were issued in the German-speaking lands during the second half of the 16th century, and these have received the majority of musicological attention. Yet interspersed with these works were a number of smaller and perhaps more influential publications. In 1548, the Nuremberg firm Berg und Neuber published a book of plain chant by the reformer Sebald Hayden, the Liber Canticorum. It inspired a subsequent collection issued by Johannes Petræus in 1550, the Responsoria. Between 1548 and 1549, Georg Richolf printed a similar selection of music, eventually entitled Antiphonae et Responsoria, for the Livonian city of Riga. All of these collections were revised and reissued multiple times in the ensuing 50 years. These books, all initially issued within a 2-year period, have complex relationships. Their convergences and divergences provide a new perspective on the movement of books and music in the first generation of the Reformation. There we go. Early evangelical worship was characterized by diversity within an overarching framework. Martin Luther's embrace of the traditional structures of the Latin Mass and Office, reimagined in different ways, encouraged the proliferation of regional orders adapted to local practices. Within certain theological boundaries, sacred and secular authorities reshaped their own community's worship and its sounding celebration. Plain chant performed 3 important functions in urban evangelical services. It provided worshipers oral continuity with the past. Both the universal church's past, legend stated that the Holy Spirit in the form of a dove sang the melodies to Pope St. Gregory I, and also their specific church's past through familiar local melodies. Chant connected contemporary evangelical communities by creating a shared confessional soundscape of worship. In these sonic environments, plain chant also played a pedagogical role. Its Latin texts instructed the educated elite and boy choristers in the tenets of the Reformed faith. This combination of devotional, practical, and educational elements influenced the production of printed chant compendia. Printed choir books eased communities' liturgical transitions. Even if the music was initially unfamiliar and the services at variance with local practices, these could be adapted to over time. In some editions, pedagogical priorities were foregrounded. Large format folios, traditionally placed on a lectern around which a clustered choir sang, morphed into quartos and octavos that doubled as schoolbooks and could be laid on a desk or held in the hand. This new double purpose, devotion and education, created a market for a new type of chant compendium. Around 1548, 3 years after the first chant collection for evangelical church choirs appeared, the publishers Berg and Neuber issued Sebald Haydn's Liber Canticorum. The book contains music traditionally associated with the divine office, and evangelical churches' morning, late afternoon, and evening services, matins, vespers, and compline. Its 132 pieces cover the entire church year, as well as saints' feasts and other liturgical occasions. Haydn selected and revised the music, which is often prefaced with explanatory texts. His work appeared in further editions in 1550 and 1558. The collection inspired a similar volume, the Responsoria, first issued by the Nuremberg printer Johannes Petreus in 1550. Its anonymous editor drew heavily on the Liber Canticorum. 62 of the 123 chants in the Responsoria are drawn from its predecessor. Reworked editions were published by the heirs of Berg and Neuber, Katharina Gerlach, in 1554, 57, 59, 62, 67, 72, 76, 80, and 81. 10 editions in 31 years is exceptional for a chant print and indicates a large and consistent audience for the book. The Responsoria contains a preface by an anonymous author who extols the benefits youth gain from singing, so it is likely that the publishers were aiming to capitalize on the burgeoning educational market. It is also possible that these books were used for private or small group musical devotion, or even in worship. These ambiguous octavo books crossed confessional boundaries. Franz Körndl demonstrated that an extant copy of the Responsoria was owned by a Catholic in the circles of Elector Maximilian I in Munich. And these editions appear to have transregional connections with a similar series of books compiled in Riga. Livonia was one of the first Baltic regions to embrace the Reformation. It was also one of the first to embark upon a process of liturgical and musical recreation in a series of printed service books. These church orders, which contain textual instructions for how to carry out worship, are exceptional among their contemporary counterparts for the inclusion of notated plain chant with Latin and Low German texts. Compiled in Riga and reflecting the music and liturgies celebrated in the city's cathedral, the orders were mandated for use throughout Livonia, at least for a time. The first Kirchendienstordnung was published in Rostock by Ludwig Dietz in 1530. It was followed by an expanded edition in 1537. Revised and re-revised editions were printed by Georg Riecholf in Lübeck in 1548-49, 59, 67, and 74, and in Riga by Nikolaus Meleins in 1588, 1592, and 1615. Riga's 16th century church orders transmitted the plain chant used in the Mass, but chant was also used in the office, and a separate volume was compiled containing the necessary music. Editions of the Antiphonai et Responsoria were published in 1568, 1592, and 1615, coinciding exactly or nearly exactly with editions of the church order. These small collections of office chant at first seemed to be quite separate from the Liber Canticorum and Responsoria, their contents and contexts quite different. However, I recently identified a printed predecessor to the Antiphonai et Responsoria, which casts a new light on the connection, or lack thereof, between the 3 volumes. The 3rd edition of the Church Order exists in a single copy held at the Herzog August Bibliothek in Wolfenbüttel. It was printed between 1548, the year given on the title page, and 1549, the year given in the colophon. It is divided into sections that each have a collation beginning with A and are foliated separately. The first section, folios 1 to 92, contains instructions in music for the Mass. The second section, folios 1 to 73 and 7 unfoliated leaves, contain prayers, instructions for Vespers, psalms, hymns without music notation, and the register. The microfilm images end after the colophon. Yet the Church Order's description on the library's online catalog lists a 3rd section comprising 28 folios. Unfortunately, the state of the binding does not allow for further professional imaging. The only way to access the contents of this mysterious 3rd section is to view the source in person. I was able to do so briefly in 2017 as part of a research trip for the project Early Music Printing in German-Speaking Lands. This past summer, I visited the library for several days as part of my Marie Skłodowska-Curie action Resounding Worship, and I was able to take photographs of the book for personal use. The 3rd section contains 26 notated office chants. It lacks a title, colophon, register, and date. Its music is not included in the main index of the Church Order. This apparent afterthought is the ancestor of the Antiphonai et Responsoria editions. Upon close examination, the 26 chants in the appendix present a paradox. Tracing their melodic antecedents proved impossible. No pre-Reformation musical office sources with a Regan provenance survive. There is a textual source, the 1513 Breviarium Regense, which exists in a single imperfect copy at the Academic Library of the University of Latvia. When I cross-referenced the appendix with the breviary, I found concordances for 16 chants in blue on the pie chart. Of the remaining pieces, 5 fell on liturgical occasions where the breviary lacks folios, and those are given in orange. A further 5 items of plain chant remain unaccounted for, given in gray, but I am still combing the breviary. The picture changed when I compared the contents of the appendix with the Liber Canticorum. The books share textual, not melodic, concordances for 18 pieces of plain chant, 69% of the total, given in blue in the pie chart. This tally includes 3 of the 5 missing pieces and 4 of the 5 unidentified pieces. There are also 4 further chants that are partial concordances, given in orange. Aspice Domine, ubi est Abel, formavit igitur, and Christus resurgens. As you can see in the latter chant, the responds align, but the verse, which I mark with a bright pink star, the verses are different. The verse in the appendix, which begins dicant nunc, matches that given in the Breviarium Regense. In this comparison with the Liber Canticorum, 4 chants are entirely unique to the appendix. The antiphons Ecce Concipies and Ascendo ad Patrem Meum, and the responsories Summe Trinitati and Domine Deus. Such a high number of concordances indicates some sort of relationship between the appendix and the Liber Canticorum. But the precise nature of the relationship is unclear, a fact emphasized when the 1568 Antiphonai et Responsoria is added to the equation. Unlike the multi-purpose Liber Canticorum or the ambiguous appendix, the Antiphonai et Responsoria was designed with a clear liturgical purpose. It contained music to be used at the late afternoon Vesper service. Its function guided the revision and expansion of its contents. Sung Vespers in the Evangelical Church required two specific types of chant, antiphons and responsories. The Nuremberg editions and the appendix mainly contain responsories. In contrast, the Antiphonai et Responsoria's contents are divided almost equally between the two genres, with the addition of 24 antiphons. But it is the editor's approach to the responsories that is particularly striking. 34 responsory chants are transmitted in the volume, but only 15 are taken from the appendix, given in dark blue. A cluster of chants, whether for melodic or theological reasons, no longer formed part of the musical traditions of Riga Cathedral. Of the remaining 19 responsories, 13 can be found in the Nuremberg chant prints, given in orange. 2, Stirps Jesse and Qui Celorum, are only found in the Liber Canticorum, given in gray. Another 2, Amendamus and Melius and Homo Quidam, first appeared in the 1550 Responsoria, given in yellow, and 1, Magnificat Anima Mea, was added in the 1554 Responsoria, and that's in light blue. The inclusion of these specific chants is theologically curious. Stirps Jesse and Magnificat Anima Mea are traditionally associated with the Virgin Mary. Homo Quidam was used as part of the Feast of Corpus Christi, which was generally rejected by reformers. The Antiphonai et Responsoria's construction indicates an intentional interweaving of chant, and the chant melodies ultimately reveal the complex relationships between the sources. While the books printed in Nuremberg and for Riga share a significant amount of plain chant, they do not share precise plain chant melodies. The music is similar, but different. As you can see in the Easter responsory Christus Resurgens, the words Vivit and Alleluia have long runs of notes known as melismas. In the appendix, here marked in pink and orange, that are lacking in the Liber Canticorum in light blue and purple. And you can see this most clearly on the word vivit. Such small but pervasive differences demonstrate that the relationships between the books is not as simple as exemplar and copy. The chant in the sources from Riga represents the city's own melodic traditions, almost the last vestiges of pre-Reformation music in a post-Reformation form. This information allows us to determine how the books might be related. It is possible, but statistically improbable, that the editors in Riga and Nuremberg serendipitously selected the same chants out of a repertoire of thousands of pieces of music. The publication dates given for the appendix and the Liber Canticorum are proximate, so perhaps the Rigan church order traveled to Nuremberg, where it inspired Haydn's work. However, the inclusion of more chants from the Liber Canticorum in the 1568 Antiphonai et Responsoria would seem to negate that theory. More likely is that a copy of Haydn's book quickly made its way to Riga. There, an assiduous editor used it as a source for the appendix, and later for the Antiphonai et Responsoria, but replaced the chant melodies with familiar local versions. This final scenario aligns with the musical and liturgical creativity that characterized worship in post-Reformation Riga, interconnected with other evangelical communities, yet sonically distinct. Plain chant was central to urban evangelical worship, a fact that is emphasized by the proliferation of chant prints in the decades following the Reformation. Investigating the production and transmission of these books uncovers the networks of musical devotions created by sources, singers, and sounds. Multiple editions of Sebald Hayden's Liber Canticorum and the anonymous Responsoria demonstrate the hungry market for versatile chant compendia that could function in different contexts. Their reception in Riga indicates just how adaptable these ambiguous books could be. Church authorities in the city did not passively receive and adopt the volume's music. Instead, they interacted with the contents. Influenced by the Liber Canticorum and the Responsoria, editors of the appendix and the Antiphonai et Responsoria selected pieces that conveyed specific theological viewpoints. They then turned to their own pre-Reformation sources to find the concordant chants that could be integrated into Riga's complex soundscape of worship. The Regan books are careful conflations of the sonic past and present, in which the editors preserved the city's musical memories and ensured oral continuity for congregants adjusting to the different forms and orders of worship. These editions spanned geographical, temporal, and confessional boundaries. Taken together, three innocuous and seemingly disparate volumes, the Liber Canticorum, Responsoria, and Antiphonai et Responsoria, connected a reformer, the widowed head of a Nuremberg printing firm, singers around the Baltic Sea, and even a Catholic moving in Munich court circles. Peripheral associations, perhaps, but central to the sounding environments of early modern worship. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Marianne. You are literally opening new pages into this complex history of Riga musical materials. Thank you very much again. Do we have any questions? So thank you once again, and it will be very interesting to follow your research and to see the results, maybe in published forms. Thank you again.
Thank you very much.
So, dear colleagues, now we are welcoming Nadezhda Morozova and Alexander Parshanku. Nadezhda has a PhD in humanities. She is a senior researcher in the Institute of the Lithuanian Language. Her scientific interests are Church Slavic and Ruthenian script of the Grand Duchy of Lithuania, also Slavic paleography, ancient script of the Baltic countries. And I would also like to mention about Alexander's biography. He graduated from the Belarusian State University in Minsk, Faculty of History, as a Master of History Science, and from 2021 he is a PhD candidate at the Faculty of Philosophy of Charles University. His scientific interests are book culture of the Grand Duchy of Lithuania in the 16th-17th centuries and activities of Francis Scarina. So please, Nadezhda, the floor is yours.
Labadiena, aš to jūs įjungsiu mūsų prezentaciją. Pranešimą skaitysiu aš, mano kolega ir bendraautorius dabar stebės mus už anoj ekrano pusėje, bet jeigu paskui būtų kokių nors bendrų klausimų, tai jis mielai prisijungs prie diskusijos. Pirmas mano toks pastebėjimas, mes norėtume atsiprašyti auditorijos, mes truputėlį ruošdami savo pranešimą, šiek tiek pakoregavome pavadinimą jį biškį susiaurinome, bet bendroje prasme liko ta pati. Taigi mes kalbėsime tik tai apie vieną leidinį, Skorinos paleotipą, kuris saugomas Vroclave, bet nekalbėsime apie kitus fragmentus. Taigi, Vroclavo bibliotekoje saugomas Pranciškaus Skorinos akatisto egzempliorius yra žinomas jau apie 45 metus. Tai 8 akatistų rinkinys, tradiciškai laikomas Pranciškaus Skorinos 1522 metais Vilniuje išleistos mažosios kelionių knygelės dalimi. Skaitmeninė šio egzemplioriaus kopija galima rasti Vroclavo universiteto bibliotekos elektroninėje taupyklė ir visi vaizdai yra būtent, beveik visi vaizdai yra būtent iš šios kopijos. Skaidrėse jūs matote šios knygos viršelį. Vroclavo paleotipą 78 metais į mokslinę apyvartą įtraukė žinomas Maskvos mokslininkas Jurijus Labincevas. Jis kelis kartus dirbo su šia knyga devizo ir atrodė, kad nuodugniai jie ištyrė ir aprašė. Jo išvadas vėliau kelis kartus kartojo žymus senosios kirilinės spaudos žinovas Eugenijus Nemirovskis. Labincevo aprašą paskui jis pateikė ir pakartojo savo Skorinius leidinių kataloge. 2003 metais apie Vroclavą Skorinianą rašė ilgametė Prahos slavų bibliotekos darbuotoja Františka Sokolova. 2020 metais prie Vroclavo egzemplioriaus tyrimų prisidėjo ir Karolio universiteto slavistas ir baltistas ir Jelė Meškinas. Ir jis manė, kad galbūt šis egzempliorius jam padės įrodyti, kad dalis mažosios kelionių knygelės buvo išspausdinta ne Vilniuje, o dar Prahoje. Paskutinis apibendrinamasis pranešimas skirtas šiam Vroclavo egzemplioriui 2002 metais, 2 metų gegužę, vykusiame Vroclave tarptautiniame lituanistų suvažiavime parengė Vroclavo bibliotekos senų spaudinių skyriaus vedėja Diana Lancuska. Savo pranešime įkalbėjo apie šio rinkinio istoriją 17 ir 19 amžiuje. Taigi, kaip manome, pastaruoju metu šiam egzemplioriui tikrai netrūksta tyrėjų dėmesio ir vis tiek dabar mūsų jau domėjimasis šią knygą parodo, kad yra dar ką ieškoti ir tyrinėti šioje knygoje. Taigi pateikime keletas naujų duomenų. Pirmiausia, norėtume, skaidrėse jūs dabar jau matote vidinę titulinių puslapių dalį ir matote čia gan daug inskripcijų. Pirmiausia, norėtume atkreipti dėmesį į tai, kad kodekse yra kirilinių įrašų. Apie tai buvo žinoma seniai, apie juos rašė dar Labincevas, bet tačiau dėl klaidingo perskaitimo niekam nebuvo atėję į galvą iki mūsų amžiaus pradžios, kad šie įrašai, kuriuos jūs matote prie viduje, jie turi svarbę reikšmę ir parodo mums šios knygos gyvenimo pradžią. Akatistų knygos blokas sutvirtintas pergamentinė juostelė, kuri turi 2,5 cm pločio matomus kraštus prie viršutinės ir apatinės leidinio dalies. Ir jame pirmame yra lotyniškų dar inskripcijų viena, bet šis įrašas datuojamas kažkur 16 amžiaus pradžia, bet jis turi religinio pobūdžio įrašai ir šiuo metu jie mums nelabai yra svarbus, todėl apie jo turinį mes tiesiog nekalbėsime. Taip. Antroje dabar skaidrėje jūs matote perskaitytus lotyniškus įrašus, kurie yra titulinėme lape ir dar ir apatinio lapo inskripcija kirilica. Labincevo manimu, kad kirilinės inskripcijos buvo padarytos 17 amžiuje. Ir jie padaryti kirilinių greitraščių. Dabar matote iš vieną ir kitą pusę. Ir jis tada sugebėjo perskaityti štai ką. Viršuje jis perskaitė tik taip du pirmus žodžius, tai yra sija knyga, tai yra ši knyga, ir pridūrė, kad toliau yra 3 raidės neįskaitomas, nes pagal jį buvo bandyta ištrinti visą įrašą ir matom galbūt ir savininko pavardę. Skaidrėje jau jūs matote, kad mes dabar siūlome skaityti, visiškai normaliai matosi sija knyga gaspadarė, tai yra ši knyga pono, dar mes kol kas nežinome vardo. Įrašas apatinėje juostelėje yra žymiai informatyvesnis, bet Labincevas taip pat perskaitė jį klaidingai. Jis skaitė, jūs matote skaidrėje, sija knyga написано принадлежит, vėlgi nutrinta jo manimu ir nebaigta rašyti. Vertimas būtų ši knyga parašyta priklauso. Františkas Sokolova šio amžiaus pradžioje perskaitė įrašę kiek teisingiau, jis skaito sija knygą Danilą Princą. Mes siūlome, tai yra ši knyga priklauso Danieliui Princui. Mes siūlome skaityti šiek tiek tiksliau, tai sija knyga Danilka Princą, vėlgi jūs matote skaidrėje mūsų perskaitymą ir Labincevo siūloma, o apačioje tiesiog mūsų jau bandymai žaisti techninėmis pagalbomis, kaip galima būtų paryškinti šį įrašą ir normaliai perskaityti. Tiksliai šį įrašą datuoti neįmanoma, bet kaip bus paskui matyti iš mūsų tolesnio dėstymo, nėra pagrindo prieštarauti Labincevo prielaidai, kad įrašas buvo padarytas 17 amžiuje. Iš pirmo žvilgsnio atrodo, kad šis skaitimas gali būti keistas ir netikėtas. Tačiau Danilas ar Danielis Princas yra žinoma istorinė asmenybė. Taip Rusijos valstybėje caro Ivano Rūsčiojo dvare buvo vadinamas Šventosios Romos imperijos imperatorių Maksimilijono II ir Rudolfo II pasiuntinys Danielius von Prinz Buchau. Danielis Princas be kita ko istorikams žinomas ir kaip veikėjas, kuris domėjosi stačiatikių doktrina ir skaitė rusiškas knygas. O 1576 ir 78 metais jis lankėsi Maskvoje kaip Šventosios Romos imperijos diplomatinės misijos atstovas. Grįžęs iš pirmos kelionės į Maskvą imperatoriaus Maksimilijono II pavedimu 1577 metais Danielius lotynų kalba parašė nedidelį veikalą, tiksliau netgi savo kelionės ataskaitą arba užrašus, kurie vėliau buvo pavadinti Moskovija Ortus et Progressus, tai yra Maskvos pradžia ir iškilimas, kurį išleido jau jo anūkas Adomas Leopoldas von Princas, praėjus 6 dešimtmečiams po autoriaus mirties. Jūs matote skaidrėje tą pirmąjį leidimą ir netgi su dedikacija Sebastianui, vyskupui Sebastianui. Šioje knygoje Danielis ne tik pasakoja apie savo apsilankymą Maskvoje, bet ir atskirai aprašo rusų tikėjimą ir jo trūkumus. Šioje knygoje pateikti faktai liudija apie Danieliaus Princo nedviprasmišką domėjimąsi slaviškomis kirilinėmis knygomis. Jis netgi užsimena apie savo vertimus iš rusų kalbos. Todėl nėra nieko nuostabaus, kad pirmoji Lietuvos didžiosios kunigaikštystės spausdinta knyga, tai yra mažoji kelionių knygelė, galėjo sudominti Šventosios Romos imperijos pasiuntinį. Danielis lankėsi Vilniuje, kai tarnybiniais tikslais važinėjo tarp Maskvos ir Šventosios Romos imperijos. Pirmą kartą, kaip jis rašo savo užrašuose, jis atvyko į Vilnių 1575 metais lapkričio mėnesį. Ir jis rašo, kad jis susitikinėjo su Vilniaus diduomenės atstovais. Taigi tikriausiai tada į jo rankas ir pateko pirmasis Lietuvos didžiosios kunigaikštystės paleotipas. Ši knyga Danielius Princas galėjo įsigyti pats arba gavo dovanų per dalykinius susitikimus su Vilniaus miesto gyventojais. Mes labiau linkę manyti, kad visgi Danielius Princas įsigijo knygą pats, kitaip, nes jeigu jis būtų gavęs knygą dovanų, tai mes jau dabar matytume ne vokišką įrišimą, bet vilnietišką. Pažymėtina, kad nuo akatisto išleidimo praėjo daugiau nei 50 metų, bet vis tiek šį leidinį Vilniuje buvo galima rasti kur kas lengviau negu kokiam nors kitame mieste. Paskutiniosius gyvenimo metus Danielis von Buchau praleido Vroclave. Po Danieliaus mirties, jis mirė 1608 metais, jo biblioteka greičiausiai atiteko jo anūkui, kurį jau minėjau, tai yra Adomui Leopoldui, kuris ir išleido savo senelio užrašus. Danielio princo knygelės pratarmėje Adomas minėjo, kad jis gavo palikimą iš savo senelio. Greičiausiai Adomas paveldėjo ne tik senelio užrašus apie Moskoviją, kuriuos išleido, bet ir jo biblioteką arba jos dalį. Manoma, kad vėliau iš Adomo bibliotekos akatistų knyga pateko į vienuolio Augustino Pranciškaus Knobelsdorfo rankas, mes matėme inskripcijas pačioje pradžioje, o po to atiteko Vroclavo Augustinų kanauninkų kongregacijos kapitulos bibliotekai, o iš ten į Vroclavo universiteto biblioteką. Sunku pasakyti, kada ir kas padarė tuos anksčiau minėtus įrašus kirilica. Tačiau jie nebeprasmiškai liudija, kad Skorinos leidinys tikrai priklausė Danieliui princui, nes tai būtų sunkiai įsivaizduojama situacija, kodėl knyga rašoma, kad ji yra Danielio princus, bet ji priklauso kažkam kitam. Rašysenos stiprumas ir jos stilius leidžia manyti, kad inskripciją padarė patyręs raštininkas kilęs iš Rusijos, nes tai yra Rusijos greitraštis, o ne Lietuvos didžiosios kunigaikštystės. Kita vertus, knygos įrišimas buvo padarytas Silezijoje, greičiausiai pačiame Vroclave. Apie tai bylojo ir įrišimo popierius. Dabar jūs skaidrėse kaip tik matote, aš bandžiau parodyti, kas matosi netgi skaitmeninėje kopijoje. Taigi, apatinėme viršelėje matomas vandenženklio fragmentas su raide W, kurį naudojo Vroclavo popieriaus dirbtuvė. Laucevičiaus vandenženklių katalogo duomenimis popierius su labai panašiu vandenženkliu datuojamas 1571 metais. Laucevičiaus kopiją vaizdą mes irgi matome skaidrėje. Turint galvoje, kad mes turime tik vandenženklio dalį, bei pats datavimas pagal popierių nėra absoliutus, drąsiai galima sakyti, kad įrašas, o jis galėjo atsirasti tik tai įrištame tome, bei pats knygos įrišimas buvo padaryti jau po to, kai Danielis grįžo iš misijos Maskvoje. Mums žinomas dar vienas kirilinis leidinys, aš dėja neturiu kol kas skaitmeninių kopijų, kuris priklausė jau Danielio princo anūkui, tai yra Adomui princui. Tai yra vėlgi Vilniaus leidinys, tai yra 1575 metų Petro Mstislaveco Vilniaus Mamoničių spaustuvėje išleista Evangelija. Seniausiai provinenciniai įrašai jame rodo, kad jie priklausė būtent Leopoldo princo bibliotekai. O vėliau ši knyga tapo Silezijos gubernatorius, galima sakyti, Otto Nostrico nuosavybė. Ir paskui pateko į jo biblioteką. Apie tai irgi yra įrašas knygos egzemplioriuje. Galima manyti, kad iš Noštico bibliotekos, kaip galima manyti, atsiprašau, iš Noštico bibliotekos inventorių, šis egzempliorius pateko į Prahos biblioteką gan anksti, tai yra ne vėliau kaip 1680 metais. Dabar egzempliorius saugomas Prahoje, Nosticų bibliotekoje, tai yra Čekijos nacionalinio muziejaus dalis. Žinant Adomo senelių biografiją ir jo domėjimąsi rusų knygomis bei stačiatikybę, galime pagristai sakyti, kad 75 metų Vilniaus Evangelija priklausė būtent jo senelio, tai yra Danielio princui bibliotekai. Tikriausiai šią prabangią knygą jis taip pat atvežė iš Vilniaus savo misijų metu. Akatistų rinktinės kelionė iš Vilniaus į Vroclavą savaime yra labai įdomi istorija ir reikšminga, bet ji turi patraukti specialistų dėmesį ir dėl kitų priežasčių. Apie galimus ryšius Skorinos ir Vroclavo spaustuvininkus buvo kalbama gan seniai. Vienu metu netgi buvo iškelta hipotezė apie galimą pirmųjų Skorinos leidinių konfiskavimą jos kelionės į Vroclavą metu. Čia paminėsime keletą naujų atradimų, kurie įvyko faktiškai šiais metais. kurie gali paremti kaip tik Skorinos buvimą ir tam tikrą veiklą Vroclave. Šių metų gegužės mėnesio pabaigoje Prahos istorikas mėgėjas Sergejus Knirevičius socialinėme tinkle Facebook parašė, kad jam žinomas atvejis, kai Skorinos graviūros, kurios buvo panaudotos mažosios kelionės knygelėje, buvo naudojamos anksčiau. Kai didžiai mes pažvelgėme į šią informaciją, paaiškėjo, kad iš tiesų iki 520 metų yra žinoma mažiausiai 3 leidiniai, kuriuose panaudota akatistino titulinio lapo puošianti graviūra. Šis raižinys buvo panaudotas bent 3 poleminio pobūdžio teologinėse leidiniuose, kurios 1519 metais paskelbė Adomas Dijonas Vroclavo spaustuvėje. Skaidrėje jūs kaip tik matote šios 3 leidinius, matote, kad rėmelis yra visiškai identiškas, jis padarytas iš 4 klišių, bet jis naudojam tą prasme visiškai, tas rėmelis yra visiškai vienodos. Taip, ir dabar Adomas Dijonas gimęs 15 amžiaus pabaigoje ir gyvenęs gan trumpai, tai jis gimė apie 1531-34 metus. Tai yra prancūzų kilmės spaustuvininkas, savo veiklą pradėjęs dar Niurnberge, bet didžiąją gyvenimo dalį praleidęs Vroclave. Aptariame graviūrą, joje vaizduojama kaip tik nedidelė vadinamojo Jiesės medžio dalis. Dijonas galėjo naudoti dar būdamas Niurnberge. Dabar pakomentuosiu trumpai tą skaidrę, kurią matote. Reiškia, jūs matote kairėje Dijono leidinio Vroclavo 19 metai ir tai yra 4, tai yra didesnio formato. Greta aš patalpinau Pranciškaus Skorinos mažosios akatistino titulinį lapą, tai matome Vilnius apie 22 metus ir tai yra jis mažesnio formato, todėl matome, kad aš specialiai nedidinau vilnietiško leidinio. Na ir paskutinės, tai yra sugretintos būtent tos jau 2 vinjetės, ir matome ilga, tai yra Dijono variantas, trumpesnis yra Skorinos variantas ir mes matome, kad Dijono variante buvo 4 žmonių figūros, Skorina viena figūra nupjovė, nes jam tiesiog jinai netilpo į knygos formatą ir liko tik tai 3, bet vaizdas yra identiškas, tai yra nėra graviūros kopija, bet yra tiesiog ta pati lenta. Taip, dabar, kodėl mes sakome, kad Dijonas galėjo dar naudoti šią klišę ir šį vaizdą dar Niurnberge. Jūsų skaidrėje vėlgi mes matome tą 19 amžių ir matome Dijono išleistą dar Niurnberge 16 metais kalendorių. Vėlgi tai yra 2 kopijos ir yra didesnis variantas ir yra visas variantas. Tai vat mes matome, kad tai nėra identiškas vaizdas, bet jis galėjo būti šios vinjetės tęsiniu, nes matote visiškai identišką stilistiką. Taip, mano paveiksliukai baigėsi, bet mano pasakojimas dar nesibaigia. Aš galiu grįžti kol kas, kad taip sakant, būtų matyti. Visa šita medžiaga leidžia manyti, kad Skorina pakeliui į Vilnių užsuko į Vroclavą ir ten įsigijo Dijonui nereikalingus spausdinimo lenteles. Kiti galimi Skorinos kontaktai Vroclave taip pat parėmė mūsų įsitikinimą, kad Vroclavas turėjo įtakos Skorinos leidybiniai veiklai. Ir dabar reikia atsakyti į klausimą, kodėl Dijonas pardavė kai kurias ksilografijas, kurios naudojo savo spaudiniuose. 1519 metų lapkričio 16 dieną Vroclavo kapitula kreipėsi į Vroclavo vyskupą Janą V Turzo, prašydama įtikinti miesto tarybą uždrausti pardavinėti nepageidautinas knygas, tarp jų ir liuteronų leidinius. Vyskupo atsaką iš šį laišką mes nežinome, tačiau dėrybos dėl knygų platinimo Vroclave tęsiasi ir kitų metų gegužę. O 520 metų birželio 15 dieną buvo išleista popiežiaus Levo X bulė, draudžianti eretiškų Martyno Liuterio idėjų sklaidą. Matyt, dėl šių aplinkybių Adomas Dijonas buvo priverstas kuriam laikui nutraukti arba gerokai apriboti savo leidybinę veiklą. Tai ir kaip ten bebūtų, kadangi tikslių duomenų apie tiesioginius kontaktus tarp Dijono ir Skorinos mes neturime, Lenkų tyrėjos Martos Burbenkos duomenimis 1520 metais Dijono spaustuvėje nebuvo paskelbta nei vieno leidinio, o palyginimui prieš metus, tai yra 15 metais, buvo išleisti 9 leidiniai. O po 21 metų Dijonas grįžta prie leidybinės veiklos, bet pasikeičia leidžiamų knygų repertuaras, jis pradeda leisti giesmynus, o patys tiražai ir leidinių skaičiai per metus žymiai ženkliai sumažėjo. Todėl mums atrodo, kad minėtos aplinkybės galėjo prisidėti prie to, kad Vroclavo spaustuvininkas tiesiog norėjo atsikratyti tuo metu jam nereikalingų spausdinimo priemonių. O Skorina tikriausiai būtent tuo metu ir važiavo, kėlėsi iš Prahos į Vilnių ir įsigijo savo darbui reikalingų įrankių ir medžiagų. Dar norėčiau pasakyti, kad kiek mes spėjome, galėjome peržiūrėti, kiek yra įmanoma, kiek yra prieinama vėlesnių Dijono leidinių, minėtos vinjetės mums aptikti nepavyko. Tai dar vienas įrodymas, kad ši lentelė, ši ksilografija buvo parduota. Minėtos ksilografijos atradimas leidžia atmesti kai kurias keistas graviūros, kurį patalpinta akatisto viršų gyvybę nešančiam viešpatės kapui lape interpretacijas. Dabar galime drąsiai teikti, kad iš pradžių medžio raižinyje buvo pavaizduotas Jiesės medis, tai yra Jiesės genealogija. Šis radinys taip pat užbaigė ginčą Jeinė dėl mažosios kelionių knygelės spausdinimo vietos. Tai tikrai nedviprasmiškai sako apie tai, kada akatistinas buvo išleistas. Jis negalėjo pasirodyti anksčiau negu 19 metų pabaiga arba veikiausiai 520 metais ir taigi jau Vilniuje, o ne Prahoje. Kaip matome, Skorinos metai baigėsi pernai, tyrimai tęsiasi. Dar vienas dalykas, 2 Vilniaus kirilinės spaudos centro knygos atsiranda vieno asmens bibliotekoje ir jos dabar yra pasiekiamas mums. Ir taigi mums dar atrodo, kad ši pati problema, tai yra Vroclavas ir Skorina, gali pateikti mums įsivaizdavimą, gali mums pakoreguoti Skorinos biografijos aspektus ir taip pat pateikti naujų faktų apie kirilinės spaudos raidą mūsų regione. Ačiū uždėmesį.
Thank you very much, Dr. Morozova, for the deep insight into this hard question. Perhaps there are some comments or questions in the auditorium now. Yes, please.
Taip, ačiū pranešėjai tikrai už labai naujas ir įdomias žinias. Tikrai, kad posūkis į Vroclavą staiga toks netikėtas, bet man pasirodė įdomu, kad iš tiesų įsigijus priemonę, jinai visa netiko, nes formatas buvo kitas. Gal pagalvojau, kad tikrai pagal matavimus tikrai reikėjo kažko atsisakyti, aišku, atsisakė pačio protėvio Jiesės. Ar tas kitas gabaliukas, ar kur nors, man taip atrodo, kad Vilniaus spaudiniuose mes jo neturime, bet gal netyčia tas nukirptasis gabaliukas, kur nors vienas, jeigu jis pasirodytų, jis dar labiau patvirtintų tą jūsų versiją. Ką jūs galvotumėt šiuo klausimu?
Aš tikrai pritarčiau šitai versijai, nes tikrai kol kas mums nepavyko surasti tą antrąją dalį, mes nematome, ne? Dabar tiek to. Mes nematome, jau matome tą apatinę dalelę, bet mums kol kas nepavyko tai rasti ir kitose, tarkim, Skorinos knygose, bet galbūt tiesiog čia yra vėlgi, kadangi dar kol kas nėra padaryta visų Skorinos vaizdinių graviūrų inicialų, kokios suvestinės bazės, tai galbūt tai yra dar sunku, nes tai tiesiog ir surasti, tiesiog vartyti visas knygas iš eilės. Tai galbūt, kai bus padarytas va, toks koks nors suvestinė elektroninė bazė vaizdų, galbūt mes ir pas Koriną rastume va, tokį dalyką. Dar norėčiau irgi pakomentuoti dar vieną. Mes neradome tikslaus atitikmens, bet tai, ką mes matome Skorinos apačioje, va ten va tas trumpas toksai, ne, apačioje ir viršuje lentelės, yra labai panašios pas Dioną taip pat. Bet jos nėra identiškos, tai mes kažkaip čia ir nedėjome, bet panašu, kad vėlgi tai buvo padaryta bent jau atsižvelgus į va, šitą į Diono leidinį. Tai galbūt, o tiesa, visa Diono šitas rėmelis, jis tikrai toliau irgi nebuvo naudojamas niekur, bent kiek mums pavyko surasti, tai galbūt kažkur tai vėlgi arba kituose Vilniaus leidiniuose, arba kažkur kituose leidiniuose pas kitus spaustininkus mes tikrai galėsime dar kažką tai surasti. Taigi, va tokios netikėtos lentelių, klišių, ksilografijų kelionės nuo vieno spaustininko iki kito kartais atskleidžia mums visiškai įdomesnių ir naujų spaustuvių ir spaustininkų darbo aspektus ir jų tiesioginius kontaktus. Tai yra priekyba, tai yra visgi klišės brangios, jos buvo preke ir jos buvo tiesiog keliavo iš vieno spaustininko į kitą. Ačiū.
Please, any more questions or comments here? No? Thank you very much again. So, dear colleagues, I think we are demonstrating quality is incredibly crucial to researchers' community, this discipline. And it is ability to organize our time as we are finishing almost right on time.
Welcome everybody after the lunch in the last session of our conference. So let me introduce our first speaker. Deborah is PhD student in Cultural Heritage and Production Studies at the University of Catania in Italy. He graduated with a master's degree in History of Art and Cultural Heritage from the University of Catania. He works with a consortium of European research libraries as an editor of material evidence in Incunabula. Deborah, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. Can you see the slide? Okay, perfect. So I'm very glad to present the Sicilian Ownership Archive, a digital tool designed to track and collect ownership marks in the Incunabula collection of Sicily. Why is a research tool like this is so important? What kind of provenance does the tool collect? What is the history of libraries in the area? These and other questions represent the research input and why the database was developed. Even though there are extraordinary examples of valuable tools in Italy and Europe that make all provenance data available and easy to consult, Sicily doesn't have a suitable tool to promote and make accessible to the international community its ancient book heritage. For this reason, the database aims to reveal new data on the circulation and use of the books in a peripheral area of Europe, Sicily, beginning in the second half of the 15th century. I want to begin this presentation by illustrating the functionalities and goals of the database. The Ownership Archive for Sicily is a digital tool designed to facilitate the study of the history of Incunabula collections using the ancient book as a historical source. The database will provide rapid access to owners' information and provenance by collecting data from the study of early printed books preserved in Sicilian libraries. The archive aims to investigate a book heritage still only partially studied. analyzing the migration of incunabula through time and space, framing the historical and cultural context in which books circulated and were used, tracing collections now dispersed, and reconstructing events partially lost to memory. But what kind of provenances do we consider? The database stores provenance images like inscriptions, manuscript notes, ex libris, ex dono, printed and handmade, book bindings, stamps, decoration, and coat of arms. So basically anything that comes from the material analysis of the book. Before showing a few examples of owners of Sicilian incunabula and their provenance, I will briefly introduce the distribution of incunabula collections in the region. So how many editions, how many copies, where are these books located? And then we will move on to talk about the incunabula stored in Catania libraries. Sicily is one of the 20 regions of Italy. It's located in the south of the country, and it is the biggest island in the Mediterranean Sea. Palermo is the capital of the region and one of the 9 provinces into which the territory is divided. Historically, Palermo, Messina, and Catania are the most important cities on the island, and they have more libraries than other cities, of course, and the most extensive early printed book collection. However, if we consider the entire Sicilian territory, nearly 100 holding institutions housed incunabula, distributed in 69 cities belonging to the 9 provinces of the region. During the last year and a half, 3,345 editions have been censored, starting with the information provided by ISTC and then verifying those data with physical recognition of the collections and study of catalogs, library publication, and historical documentation. Currently in Sicily, there are more than 4,134 incunabula. Considering the vast number of books and libraries around Sicily, I have limited the collection of provenances to only those collections housed in Catania's library. In the province of Catania, there are 254 libraries, but only 12 of them, distributed in 9 cities, held incunabula collections. The map's red area corresponds to the city of Catania, where 4 libraries house early printed books. The room in yellow represents the rest of the province's territory and the city with incunabula collection. 4 of the 12 holding institutions are religious and 8 are public. Despite this difference, the incunabula almost all share common origins. They come from suppressed convents and monasteries. In fact, after the proclamation of the Kingdom of Italy in 1861, the new parliament decided to suppress religious institutions. So, between 1862 and 1873, the government ordered the confiscation of the assets of Italian regular clergy. This process of secularization affected the book collections of the religious orders that became the state's property. In some cases, collections were preserved intact by ending up in the government Italian libraries. In others, books were sold, abandoned, or went for collection of the emerging Italian civic libraries. As a result of the fact that most Sicilian public libraries were created consequently to the acquisition of these religious collections, the 80% of the entire Catania's incunabula collections come from suppressed religious houses: Carmelites, Capuchins, Dominicans, Franciscans, Benedictines, etc. After studying all those early printed book collections, I can say that in the province of Catania, there are over 300 editions and almost 400 physical copies. Most of the collection are in the biggest city of Catania area, namely Catania and Aceriale. The study of all collections allowed us to settle the precise number of the 15th century edition and to verify the existence of more than 20 incunabula not found in ISTC. In addition, from the comparison between the data collected and those on ISTC, 6 incunabula are now considered historical copies. Considering the data collected, the database model selected for the Sicilian Ownership Archive is the relation in kind. In this ER diagram, the actors involved in this research have become entities. These possess attributes that define them and are related to each other. The goal is to locate the incunabulum in a precise moment of its history and for the final user of the database to have access to all provenance of a previous owner and all incunabula that the owner, corporate body or person possessed during centuries. Of course, the logical data structure of the database involves organizing data into tables. In them, identifying codes link entities and their attributes together. As you can see from the first table that collects data regarding variant's name of the owner is contemporarily related to the other 3 tables that collect information about his existence, his presence on the internet, and provenances that he left in the incunabula. The ownership traces are related to the owner, to the incunabulum, to the edition, and to the holding institution that held it. The final user, not interested in this boring computer stuff, will be able to access data by using a user-friendly search mask with the following access points. Owners through default name, variant name, and unknown category. Provenance by those categories that are listed in here. So inscriptions, ex libris, stamps, decoration and coat of arms, book binding. As I told you, most of Catania incunabula collection come from suppressed religious houses. Because of that, I would like to show you a few religious owners. In this slide, I prepared a potential record owner of the database. I, of course, put the image of the provenance. In this case, is an inscription. And in the record owner, I put 3 different blocks. The first one is dedicated to the owner. So the name of the owner, type and period of existence. The second one in the middle contains information about the provenance. So type of information, time period, a place in the book. And then there is a transcription of the writing. At the bottom of the record, we have information regarding the physical copy, ISTC number with all bibliographical information, the shelf mark, and the holding institution that hold the incunabulum. In this case, the inscriptions is very remarkable because it is not only a trace, a ownership trace, but it's also a previous shelf mark. In fact, we can read Libro Terzo, Ordine Secondo, Classe Prima. So collect all those information that are not exactly an ownership marks. We can also visualize the physical organization of those collections of books in the religious houses. So it's very important to collect all those information in the record owners. Here we have a different owner and located in Palermo, and the holding institution that holds the incunabulum in another city of the province of Catania, Acireale. The data are organized as in the previous record. So at the top is owner information, in the middle provenance information, and at the bottom data about the physical copy. In this case, we know that the incunabulum was located in Palermo, of course, in the 16th century, in the convent of San Domenico in Palermo. And then today we find the incunabulum in the Biblioteka Zelantea, a library located in Acireale, founded like an academic library and becoming public in the 20th century. We don't know when the incunabulum came in the Biblioteka Zelantea, but we know for sure that in the second half of 17th century, the incunabulum was in Palermo. In fact, in the first leaf of the book, a late end, wrote the name of the author, the title of the book, a year, 1669, and a city, Panormi. That means Palermo. So we know for sure that in this year the incunabulum was in Palermo and then came in Acireale, so in the province of Catania. In the last owner record, I'm showing you the incunabulum contains two different inscriptions in the same leaf. The first, in the red frame, documents that the book belongs to the library of the convent of San Filippo of Agira. The second, on the other end, places the book at the library of the congregation of the oratory of San Filippo Neri in Acireale, founded only in the 18th centuries. So, in conclusion, we have two owners' records for the same incunabulum. The part at the bottom of the record is the same for both. The one thing that changes is the information regarding owners and ownership traces. In this way, the final user of the database can search for a copy and have all the information regarding the ownership of it together, or he can discover that the copy had more than one owner searching the provenance of the owner. So, thanks.
Thank you very much, Deborah, for this very interesting presentation about incunabula and the new tools to work with them. And do you have any questions to this paper? I don't see at this moment any questions, so maybe I will start. Deborah, you say about incunabula from many monasteries in Sicilia. So, as I think, there are many historical collections from different religious orders. And I like to ask, maybe one of these collections is the most interesting, or maybe one of this collection is more special than others, and maybe you can say something about this. Maybe you found one of these collections more interested or more special.
Okay, thank you for the question. So I think that all collections are interesting in a different way. I guess that most depends on the monasteries or the religious order that found the library. I can say that in the collection of the incunabula that are today in the Benedictine monastery in Catania, that is the house of the Department of Humanities at the University of Catania, we have a beautiful collection of incunabula that came from the Benedictine monasteries. So there are beautiful illuminations, decorations, coat of arms, a lot of information about ownership. But we have other collection inside the monasteries that came from other religious order. So I think that everything depends most of the importance and the richness of the religious order, the religious house that housed the books before the of course the secularization.
Many thanks, Deborah, for this additional very interesting information. And maybe somebody want to ask a question? I don't see. So, Deborah, thank you again for this very interesting presentation.
Thank you very much.
And I'd like to introduce our second speaker. Kaspar Kolk. Kaspar Kolk is a PhD student at the University of Tartu, manuscripts and rare books librarian in the University of Tartu Library, researcher in Tallinn University Academic Library, and in the Institute of History, Archaeology and Art History of Tallinn University. Tartu, the floor is yours.
So thank you for your kind introduction, and of course thank you for inviting me to talk in your inspiring conference. So the first century following the invention of the printing press saw an enormous increase in the number of books and the volume of the book trade, both in the international and local levels. In the manuscript era, the books were frequently produced by the same persons or institutions who were going to use them, or alternatively, the books were purchased on single commissions. In the handwritten world, the bookshops did not exist. But quite soon after the invention of printing, many cities could boast of well-equipped bookshops where the people could choose from hundreds of titles and take the desired books immediately with them. That does not apply solely for the major printing centers of Central and Western Europe, but almost equally also for the more peripheral areas in North and East. The aim of my paper is to examine the evolution of the book trade in an area with no local printing houses until the end of the 16th century. It is often suggested that in the initial phase of the printed book trade, the wandering booksellers supplied books for the regions with no printing shops. Only after that did the permanent local bookshops appear. My purpose is to examine what can be actually known about the wholesale and retail trade of books, about the booksellers and bookshops in a 16th century town with relatively well-preserved documentary records. Several hundreds of wills and probate inventories have survived from the 16th century Tallinn. A portion of them mentions books, sometimes exclusively, normally along with many other items. Besides that, the city's account books and police and court acts occasionally contain brief records on booksellers, bookbinders, and bookshops. Finally, hundreds of 16th century books with known Tallinn provenances have survived in libraries and archives. The book trade in medieval Livonia, the area corresponding to Estonia and Latvia, largely started with the spread of the printed book. From the manuscript era, little is known about both local manuscript production and imports to Livonia. Certainly, the handwritten books were both imported and produced locally, but explicit evidence is scarce. Concrete instances of the purchases and the sales of manuscripts in medieval Estonia are not known. The imports of printed books to medieval Livonia likely started within a decade after the invention of the printing press. How does it move? Oh, right. A few leaves of a copy or copies of the Mainz Psalter printed by Johann Fust and Peter Schöffer in 1457 with probable Tallinn provenance have survived in Tallinn and Stockholm. Obviously, we cannot know when exactly, by whom, and from where the fragmentarily preserved Mainz Psalter was acquired in Tallinn. The earliest known owner of printed books in Tallinn was the Dominican friary. First, it is evident from the documentary records that the friars acquired printed books in the late 1470s at the latest. And secondly, also the earliest surviving books with Dominican provenance have been printed in the same 1470s. But the first known instance of books imported to Tallinn already comes from the year 1470. In that year, two merchants of Lübeck, Kurt Hürlemann and Ambrosius Segeberg, shipped a small cargo of printed books to the merchant of Tallinn, Bertolt van der Heide. The shipment consisted of 2 Bibles, 15 psalters, and 20 canons, or canons of the Mass. The books were clearly intended for sale in Tallinn, not for the merchant's personal use. Although Bertolt van der Heide was a member of the class of Hanseatic wholesale merchants who normally traded goods like grain, salt, textiles, various raw materials, or luxury items to international markets, in this case, he may have acted also as a retail bookseller in Tallinn. Additionally, probably the whole network of book trade from Mainz to Tallinn can be traced on that occasion, since just a few years earlier, Kurt Hürlemann had been recorded as a sales agent of the same Peter Schöffer of Mainz in Lübeck. Fust Schöffer Press was also one of the very few printing shops to have published Bibles, psalters, and separate editions of the canons of the Mass by that time. The next known instance of the transaction of several books at the time in Tallinn only comes from almost half a century later, 1519. This time, a wholesale merchant of Tallinn, Fritz Luckenbach, was even more clearly involved in the retail book trade, selling at least 6 large volumes on theology and canon law to the Dominican convent in Tallinn. These books have been preserved, and they can be identified by the inscriptions of purchase, you can see. Again, some details can be established about the travels of these books before arriving in Tallinn. The books had been printed in Paris, Lyon, and Basel just a few years earlier, but all of them had received their bindings in Antwerp, in 2 distinct anonymous workshops using decorative patterns quite similar to each other. Occasionally, from other sources, the trade contacts and money transactions of the same Fritz Luckenbach with merchants of Antwerp are known too. We cannot be sure whether the friars had commissioned these particular items from Luckenbach to be imported straight from Antwerp, or Luckenbach had a stock of the books already available in Tallinn. But to add on, the same kind of elite religious books with the same kind of Antwerp bindings from the very same years have also belonged to a few private collections and some unknown owners both in Tallinn and Tartu in Estonia. Although it cannot be ruled out that there were more merchants in Estonian towns who imported books from Antwerp market, it looks very well possible that it was exactly Fritz Luckenbach, operating between Antwerp and Tallinn, who supplied all these books to the religious readers in Estonian towns. In that case, it seems more plausible that he already had at least a small stock, perhaps a single copy of each edition, available in Tallinn. To sum up briefly this early period of the printed book trade in Tallinn, we can conclude that Hanseatic wholesale merchants, whose main focus was normally in completely different areas of trade, were deeply involved in both the wholesale and retail parts of the book trade in Tallinn. Although it was undoubtedly a minor side activity for them, it should have been profitable enough to also enter the retail market. Perhaps it also tells that there was no considerable competition in the book trade by itinerant booksellers or retail shopkeepers in Tallinn during that time. The itinerant booksellers entered the scene in Estonia in the small double town of Old and New Pärnu in 1510. From the correspondence of local priests, it appears that an unnamed bookseller had visited Pärnu and that he had in stock several items of contemporary theological literature, but at the same time he failed to provide many other titles known to and desired by the local religious readers, including any works by Desiderius Erasmus. About Tallinn, we know that in 1525, a bookseller referred to by the initial M had arrived from Tallinn to Gdansk, bringing some news with him. From 1533 to 1537, a bookseller, Gisebert Scheppeler, was active in Tallinn, but also traveling in Lübeck and Wittenberg with the aim of gaining profit from the publishing of the first fragmentarily preserved Estonian book. That finally turned out a complete ruin for him when the Estonian Low German Catechism was abolished and the whole print run was destroyed. Nevertheless, he was the first one in Estonian book history who at least attempted to enter the world of publishing. In connection with the same affair, also another bookseller, Hans Martens, was mentioned briefly in 1535. What's common to all of them is that next to nothing is known about their actual activities as booksellers, whether at least some of them operated on a permanent basis in Tallinn, or they rather traveled widely around the Baltic Sea area, what kind of books they sold, and how voluminous was their stock. None of them appear in any other records besides the ones mentioned above. Another rich source of information about books and book ownerships in 16th century Tallinn are the probate inventories. The statistics have been composed for the inventories until 1560. Up to that year, we have in total 523 inventories. Starting from the 1520s, 83 of these inventories mention books. That is some 16%, which means that quite a large proportion of at least high and middle class population of Tallinn was able to read. However, most of the lay owners of the books only had 1 to 5 books, mainly prayer books and other devotional items, as well as Lutheran editions of the Bible or its parts. Normally, only clergy had larger libraries. Still, some inventories of lay persons from the second quarter of the 16th century stand out. In 1534, a certain Simon died in the house of the burgomaster of Tallinn, Haise Bartiner. His inventory contains 26 entries with 112 copies. Two categories of publications can be discerned. First, school books, and secondly, the pamphlets and other minor printings, some of them of early controversial nature. Although Simon's probate inventory was composed in 1534, all the books and pamphlets listed had been printed until the year 1523. Most of them had survived in large numbers. The maximum was 34 copies of the description of the coronation of the Holy Roman Emperor Charles V from the year 1520. That leads to the guess that Simon may have been a dealer of books who for some reasons had to give up his trade and the publications remained unsold. Another suspicious book list is that of Hans Maas from 1536, written down by Hans Maas himself. Accordingly, it is not exactly a probate inventory. Hans Maas has not been otherwise attested in Tallinn besides being present in the Brotherhood of Blackheads, the company of young and traveling merchants in 1538. The list contains 67 mainly religious and educational titles, which is clearly not a library of a 16th century merchant. Moreover, most of the identifiable books had been printed only recently, in the 1530s or in the late 1520s at the earliest. Again, it is my suggestion that Hans Maas may have been a traveling salesman who, perhaps among other items, attempted to sell books, and his list was meant to be an advertisement. Another category with whom we already stand on firmer ground is the inventory lists of local retail shopkeepers, again approximately from the second quarter of the 16th century. These shopkeepers were mostly citizens of Tallinn, also known from other sources. Their inventories contain many pages of the enumeration of various goods available in their shops, like food products, clothing, kitchenware, and so on. In the middle of such diversity, one can find brief entries of books. In 1526, Wilhelm Huken had 28 prayer books and 1 psalter. In 1540, Gert Becker left 11 prayer books. In 1553, Rolf Torbeck, 20 prayer books and 15 other books, like 3 copies of Luther's New Testament or some books for the classroom use. In the first 2 cases at least, the local retailers of mixed goods kept in their stocks small quantities of most common devotional books, apparently mostly for sale in the periods when there were no specialized booksellers present in the town. Completely the other case were the booksellers, some of them also bookbinders, who figure in the city of Tallinn's administrative records from the mid-16th century on. Laurits Beckmann, who is mentioned over a considerable period from 1548 to 1576, was already called a bookseller at his enrollment as a citizen of Tallinn in 1548. The retail book trade and probably also bookbinding seemed to be his main activities. His son was active as a bookseller in Finland and after his father's death also in Tallinn. In 1554, even 2 more booksellers are mentioned in Tallinn, Mats and Hans Scheele. The first of them is otherwise completely unknown. The other one, Hans Scheele, can be probably identified with the man with the same name appearing in the Citizen's Oath record from the 1540 to 1561, and maybe also with a bookbinder called Hans mentioned in 1557. One more bookseller, Nikolaus, is mentioned in 1565. It is rather surprising to encounter so many booksellers in a mid-16th century town with 8,000 inhabitants and most, at least some of them, operating permanently in Tallinn over many years. Unfortunately, virtually all that appears from the documents is that they did have bookshops in Tallinn and that they have paid taxes or fines. Therefore, we have no evidence on whether they served mainly for the interests of the common reader or sold also more exquisite books. Still, the latter seems even more probable because at least some elite books seem to have circulated widely in Tallinn at that time. For example, the sets of the first edition of the complete works of Luther in folio from the 1550s were owned in Tallinn by at least 3 individuals or institutions almost immediately after their publication. But that was not all. Between the years 1551 and 1554, the exact year is not known, a bookseller called Gerardus Silvius Abetsa died in Tallinn, leaving behind a huge stock of unsold books, 475 titles or entries in the probate inventory with more than 4,000 copies. The most recent books in the stock probably arrived in Tallinn from a wholesale dealer in Lübeck only after the death of Betsa. They had remained unsold in large and round numbers like 20, 50, or 100. The largest part of the stock was made up of several kinds of school books for elementary or Latin school level. The second-class religious literature consisted of both books meant for private devotion and works for the professional study of the clergy, including the pamphlets on the recent controversies among the Lutherans in quite large number. Besides, tools and materials for bookbinding also appear in the list. Betsa is often called an itinerant bookseller. He was not a citizen of Tallinn. He was never mentioned in Tallinn as a living person. All we know of him are the probate inventory and a couple of letters from Groningen in the Netherlands to the magistrates of Tallinn asking to settle Betsa's account after his death and to transfer his stock to a local bookseller. Another quite similar case is known from the very end of the 16th century. A bookseller, and again probably also a bookbinder, David Grund, died in Tallinn in 1597. Again, no other record of him is known in Tallinn. Only the probate inventory remains. After his death, his trade was taken over in Tallinn by Niklas Grund from Lübeck, who was probably his relative. Maybe Lübeck was the native town of David Grund too. The mobility of merchants and craftsmen between Tallinn and Lübeck was extremely common in those times. The inventory lists consist of 238 entries with approximately 940 copies. This time, the bound and unbound books were carefully counted. 190 books were bound and more than 700 unbound. One part of the bound books was tooled in gold, which was quite exceptional in Estonia at that time. Tools and requisites for bookbinding were also present in large number. The contents of the books were largely the same as in Betsa's case. Well, to sum up from this evidence, we can conclude that the first known importers of printed books in the rather peripheral city of Tallinn were not the itinerant booksellers, but local Hanseatic merchants who normally exercised international wholesale trade in various kinds of goods. They took the lead maybe for half a century, and in the area of books, they also participated in the retail trade that was quite uncustomary to them in other fields of trade. Maybe the area initially seemed too far away and too sparsely populated to promise sufficient profits for traveling booksellers. However, from the early 16th century, itinerant booksellers appeared, and soon the Hanseatic merchants seemingly gave up their leading role in the book trade. Unfortunately, for the first half of the century, the details of the itinerant booksellers' trading activities remain unknown to us. In the second quarter of the 16th century, at latest, the local retailers of mixed goods also entered the trade. Their stock of books was normally small and contained exclusively the most common devotional books. Book retailing for them was probably a negligible side activity, and the readers with more profound interests still mostly acquired their books from other sources, like from itinerant booksellers or ordering directly from abroad. From the mid-century on, stable specialist bookshops appear, managed by permanent citizens of Tallinn. At the same time, also non-citizen booksellers were at least temporarily present in Tallinn, and they definitely had conspicuous stocks available for sale there. We don't know their exact status in the town or how long they had been there, but perhaps we could imagine that if they had not passed away so soon, they would have also become the established and naturalized members of the ever-transforming community of Tallinn. Well, thank you.
Thank you very much, Kasper, for your very interesting paper. I enjoy it a lot. And dear colleagues, do you have any questions about this presentation? Yes, I see.
Thank you very much for that paper. I enjoyed it a great deal. Lots of questions. I'll just have one for now. On those lists of inventories you brought up, I couldn't quite see the handwriting, but am I right in thinking that it listed the formats of the books, but not necessarily the place or year of publication?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you. So
yes, in this last case, you mean, yeah, probably.
Are there other cases where they did, or?
Occasionally, well, but not exactly. But it is said that, let's say, prayer book from Rostock, and that's all.
Ah, okay.
Not exact dates and so on.
Okay, thank you very much.
Maybe anybody have a question? Yes.
Thank you so much for this. This is so fascinating. Because you mentioned that these the lists have some book binding items and things like that. Have you found any evidence of stationery, which would indicate a bit more of a manuscript culture, along with just printed books, because manuscripts still are in use?
Of course, they sold like paper and inks and pens, but about exactly manuscript culture, I can't say actually, because, well, everyone wrote for their purposes at that time. Who was able to.
How detailed are the mentions of inks and papers?
Not very detailed, no, just, well, none of these lists in any respects is detailed. They just mention an item and a number normally of every kind of thing. So the book lists are even more detailed than any other kinds of items.
Wonderful, thank you.
Thank you for a question, and maybe somebody else want to ask something? Yes.
Thank you so much, Kasper. What an impressive picture you've managed to construct of trading in Tallinn with the books. I just wondered if you thought about how perhaps you could make, I don't know, the data that you've come across more accessible, if you thought about publishing it in an article or putting it up on a website, perhaps? Because it's fascinating and I want to know more.
Well, what I have to say is that, for example, the probate inventories will be accessible as an electronic edition, not by me, but by my colleague, and not only the books, but everything until the year 1560 soon. So, and they will be accessible both as transcriptions and pictures. So, and again, list of books well, that have survived from again up to the year 1560, where this catalogue will be accessible to, well, by me.
Do you have any other questions? I don't see, so Kasper, thank you once again for your presentation. And it's time for the last one, paper by Matt Ryan. So let me introduce Matt once again. So just to remember who will be speak now, Matt is currently a PhD student at Newcastle University. He completed his BI at Oxford University and his MI at University College London. Matt's project focused on the collaborative networks of support which drove the 16th century print trade. Matt, the floor is yours.
Thanks. I'm just going to try and share my screen with you all. Okay, I'm going to begin now. So what we're talking about today are print communities in the 16th century, at the end of the 16th century. I'm focused mostly on the last 20 years or so. So let's begin. This engraving you can see is entitled The Printer's Office, and it's from Hieronymus Hornshue's Alta Typographica. And as you can tell, it allows us entrance into an early 17th century printing house. The master there, at the center of the space, is issuing instructions, and squeezed into every corner, men, women, journeymen, and apprentices navigate a warren of shelves, drawers, desks, and cases. They drift into the room and hover at its margins. A pressman operates at the bar, another soaks paper, a compositor works at his case, while a corrector rifles through freshly printed sheets. At the back of the room, there, we can find a group of 3 men. Their jobs are a little bit more difficult to define. Perhaps they're busy writing up manuscript pages for compositors to work from, or correcting, amending, and developing sections of the book in progress. Perhaps one of them is the manuscript's author. Perhaps there's a publisher among them. Pictured deep in animated conversation, this group reminds us the printing house was a fundamentally social space, one shaped by discussion, exchange, and collaboration as much as the drive to produce a product. Throughout, in fact, the engraver is keen to stress this sense of communal dynamism. Each print agent is engaged in their own task, yes, but they're also shown working with and around their peers, sharing space and resources. Alongside these shared material contexts, though, how might we further uncover the shared social dynamics of these communities? Today, I'll address this question by examining the importance of credit relationships to London's 16th century print communities, arguing that maintaining the social and economic exchanges so central to early modern notions of credit was vital to the maintenance of these professional networks. I'd like to begin, though, by defining what I mean exactly by print community. Early modern book production relied on the interplay between individuals from several professions: papermakers, printers, binders, publishers, booksellers, and authors, among others. These print agents met, worked, haggled, gossiped in bookshops, print houses, theatres, taverns, and marketplaces. These physical spaces, these human agents, and the knowledge, practices, and material objects they shared constitute the interlocking communities which drove book production. So far, so straightforward. While book and literary histories have mapped the contours of these communities, this is Robert Darnton's attempt to do so, such accounts tend not to focus on how these communities function. Today, I'll go some small way toward addressing this gap, arguing that an understanding of how credit operated within these communities helps us recover something at least of the social dynamics at their heart. First, I'll focus on the Black Bear bookshop, an important hub in London's late 16th century book landscape. I'll use documentary evidence to connect the Black Bear to the network of credit relationships that supported it. I'll then, in the second part of this paper, read Thomas Nash's Have With You to Saffron Walden as an imagined account of a print community gone wrong, a network of writers and print agents connected by unstable credit relationships. These texts suggest, I'd like to argue, that in the 16th century print trade, a failure to maintain healthy credit relationships amounted to professional, economic, and social failure. To explore how entwined these threads were, there's no better place to begin than by wandering into the northeast corner of St. Paul's Churchyard. Home to many of London's bookshops in the late 16th and early 17th centuries, this section of St. Paul's Churchyard was an important social and professional hub in the book trade. Originally, the site of a medieval folk moot, this area was, as the chronicler John Strype reminds us, under the jurisdiction of the city for public uses. And despite being gradually enclosed by the church for its building projects, it retained these civic associations well into the early modern period. Operating at the heart of this space, bookshops serve several community-based functions beyond the sale of printed material. Often acting as post offices, currency brokers, meeting points, these were sites of material and social exchange. And the Black Bear, which was there, seems to have actively contributed to this range of communal and social practices. The letters of Edward Blunt, the bookseller, publisher, and key player at the Bear that we're going to focus on first, routinely refer to his wider activities, recounting how he acted as a broker of currency exchange and circulated books, manuscripts, and gossip throughout a network of his peers. Further, at various times in the late 16th and early 17th centuries, we find evidence of authors using the Black Bear as a base from which to offer a wide range of their services. In 1575, for instance, Claudius Holliband could be found teaching in Paul's Churchyard, offering Italian lessons by the sign of the Black Bear. In the pamphlet England's Way to Win Wealth, we find Thomas Gentleman, or Tobias Gentleman, inviting carpenters to learn shipbuilding techniques from him, the author, at Master Nathaniel Butter's stationer's shop in St. Paul's Churchyard. Butters was, at this stage, working out of the Black Bear. So we can, on the one hand, read these moments as instances of authors and print agents finding shared strategies to mitigate the precarity of the book trade. Given the economic uncertainties of their careers, giving writers the opportunity to operate a side hustle like this allowed them a much needed economic support system and would also have drawn patrons into the bookshop itself, increasing the likelihood of profit both for bookseller and writer. Beyond these economic imperatives, though, the offer of in-house language tuition or shipbuilding workshops might also be viewed as examples of early modern community outreach, using the bookshop to share knowledge with a network wider than the Black Bear's immediate customer base. Those connected to this specific bookshop then took pains, great pains, to establish relationships within their extended community. Why, though, were these social relationships so important? Well, at this point, it's important, I think, to consider the concept of credit a bit more deeply. Craig Muldrew's The Economy of Obligation, argues that 16th century trade networks were held together by hundreds and thousands of intertwined and interconnected credit relationships, and the early modern world was reliant on a densely knotted culture of credit and trust. Within these networks, the economic and the social were collapsed into the concept of credit, meaning that any process of exchange relied both on interpersonal and literal currency. For Mulder, in fact, they're one and the same. Viewed in light of this work, the decisions made by those at the Black Bear can be seen as strategies implemented to protect the credit relationships which drove their business. This is underlined by an examination of the connections between the small group of stationers most closely associated with the bookshop. Edward Blunt, as we've already seen, but also John Flaskett, Paul Linley, and Thomas Thorpe. First, entries in the stationers' register across the careers of each of these men show that they were frequently entered as co-owners of titles and often exchanged publishing rights between each other. Their interpersonal connections are further revealed in the will of Paul Linley, who died in 1600. He makes Blount and Flaskett his heirs and gives rings to each of the other members of the syndicate. Blount's letters also reveal he acted as a pallbearer for Linley. In the 1620s, Blount's own career fell on hard times, and his letters tell us that during this period, he was supported financially by both Flaskett and Thorpe. Blount was also repeatedly referred to the Black Bear as a collective in his letters. When talking to his friend William Trumbull, for instance, he implores Trumbull to enfranchise his manuscript collection with us here at the Bear, referring to the Black Bear collective in the third person plural. So the benefits of working as a syndicate, bound together by acts of social and professional exchange, are tied up with the concept of credit. Through co-ownership, the exchange of publishing rights and bequests, the offer of mutual support, These men made it more difficult for the business to fail if one of their reputations took a hit. This is borne out by the history of the bookshop. After Linley's death in 1600, Blount, Flaskett and Thorpe took on loads of his titles and registered several more of their own, so the business continued to thrive. Yet, after this point, things start to take a downward turn. Ploughing finances into bigger, more expensive projects, not least Shakespeare's First Folio, Blount and Thorpe start to rack up debts and are forced out of the collective. Flaskett continues to work as a bookbinder, but seems to stop working at the Bear. So while as a group, the strength of their shared credit relationships protected their business up to a point, the death of Linley, one of the most well-connected of the group, catalyses a fragmentation compounded by the damage Blount and Thorpe took to their reputations in the 1620s. As such, the highs and lows of their careers rested on the dynamics of credit. Protecting the social and economic health of a print community meant taking care of the relationships which held it together. In the final section of this paper, I wanted to consider further what happens when these relationships broke down. As such, I'll turn now to Thomas Nash's representation of the relationship between Gabriel Harvey and his printer-publisher, John Woolf. John Woolf's career as a printer and publisher places him at several different locations across London. In the 1580s, he operated a press out of Distaff Lane, over and against the sign of the castle, and again, later at Stationers' Hall, where he acted as a beadle for the Stationers' Company. In the 1590s, he became the City of London's printer, with colophons from this period situating him in Pope's Head Alley, which is in Lombard Street, or at a shop in St Paul's Chain, near the cathedral. As the work of John Jowett, Clifford Chalmers and Joseph Lowenstein has shown, Woolf used these spaces to develop a lively community of writers and print agents that he worked with throughout his career. It was in St Paul's Chain in the 1590s that Woolf produced much of Gabriel Harvey's printed output, chiefly remembered as one half of the fierce pamphlet war with satirist Thomas Nash. It is through his 1903 pamphlet, Pierce's Surrogation, that we get a particularly refined account of the text production and the community which produced it. Nash's retort came 3 years later, and his Savwith use of Saffron Walden would get a very different insight into the Harvey and Woolf print community. So let's have a look at these dueling accounts. In Supererogation, Harvey begins by detailing how preliminary epistles for the book from writers John Thorius, Barnaby Barnes, and Anthony Shute were sent to him. Loving masters Barnaby, John, and Anthony, for the rest of my partial commenders must pardon me till the print be better acquainted with their names. I have lately received your thrice courteous letters with the overplus of your thrice sweet sonnets annexed, the liberalest gifts, I believe, that ever you bestowed on so slight an occasion, and the very prodigalest fruit of your flourishing wits, whose only default is not your, but my default, that the matter is nothing correspondent to the manner, and myself, and must either grossly forget myself, or frankly acknowledge my simple self an unworthy subject of so worthy commendations, which I cannot read without blushing, repeat without shame, or remember without grief, that I came so exceeding short in so excessive great accounts. So Harvey suggests here that the thrice courteous contributions from Barnes, Shute, and Thorius were the result of a dignified epistolary exchange between four men of letters. So unworthy is he of such sweet praise, Harvey demurs that he cannot read them without blushing at the thought that they were written in service of such a slight occasion as responding to Nash. Nash's account of the book's production is quite different. Oh ho, whom he calls the three Orient wits, mine eyes are partly accessory unto it. It is to thank them for their courteous letters and commendatory sonnets writ to him from afar, as namely the hall, into the kitchen at Woolf's, where altogether at one time they lodged and boarded. Far from Harvey's account of dignified epistolary exchange between Erasmian public intellectuals, Nash contends that Harvey, Barnes, Shute, and Thorius all worked together in the same place to develop Supererogation's paratext. Here we're reminded of the image from Hornshue's Orthotypographia. If we read against Nash's vitriol, we're left in this excerpt, as in our engraving, with a glimpse into an intimate space of homosocial textual production, in which the domestic and the professional were blurred to sustain a network of writers, both creatively and socially. Nash's account also chimes with Blount's insistence on referring to the Black Bear as a collective. Here we have a kitchen community working together in support of one another. Yet this is far from the whole story. And to get at Nash's point here, We must view this episode against the broader backdrop of his feud with Harvey. In each of his printed attacks, Nash's strategy is to expose the bluster and hypocrisy beneath the pose of humanistic scholarship adopted by his nemesis. In Have With You, this tactic finds voice in his efforts to discredit Harvey as a member of a print community. In so doing, Harvey is portrayed not as a well-respected participant of a network of learned men, but as a fraud who misunderstands the delicate credit relationships at the heart of such a community. Again, Nash's critique here is framed as part of a playful debate between friends in Blackfriars, and to support his side of the argument, he draws on what he presents as first-hand evidence from others in the print trade. An important witness he enlists is John Thorius, none other than one of Harvey's prefatory contributors, who, in a letter to Nash, included at the end of Have With You, goes to great lengths to distance himself from Harvey's version of events. To my very good friend, Mr. Nash, I wrote certain verses in his commendation, but that sonnet, which in his book is subscribed with my name, is not mine, and I guess at the mistaking of it. Indeed, the stanzas are, though altered to your disgrace in some places. To use many words were vain, and to end writing and leave you unsatisfied were to write to no end, and to leave myself discontented. But if you consider how much I was offended with the unjust, vainglorious print as yourself, we shall both rest contented. With this, our third account of the book's production, we're given neither a process of long-distance literary exchange, nor a team of writers working together. Instead, we're confronted with a dysfunctional community in which one discontented and offended participant's contribution is altered to suit the unjust and vainglorious needs of another. For Nash's version of Thorius, Harvey's approach to his work disregards the importance of reciprocity and exchange, so central to early modern understandings of credit. Without this reciprocity, credit relationships are damaged and communities cannot function. Elsewhere, Nash trashes the reputation of the writers responsible for the other paratexts in Harvey's book, presenting them both as the brawlingest braggarts of them all and useless pringcockets, who not so much knew how to knock at a printing house door till they consorted themselves with Harvey. Leaving the credibility of Harvey's kitchen community in tatters, Nash sets about showing how, even in such poor company, the good master doctor still brings disrepute upon himself. Several accounts of the relationships between print agents and writers in this period have drawn attention to the relationships of mutual support which bonded them. In each of these accounts, both parties contribute and benefit from the relationship. The publisher gets their manuscript, as well as a small sum in exchange for the writer might be providing bed and board and access to a library or contacts that might help their career. So they get a bit of money, but they also get access to a wider community. What's key in accounts of these relationships is whatever the agreement, both sides of the deal are equal and they're fulfilled. Nash's version of Harvey fails completely to engage or respect such mutuality. First, rather than having Woolf buy Harvey's manuscript for a fee, Nash alleges that Harvey pays him to turn his book into print. While not unheard of, this already puts Nash's Harvey in debt to Woolf, and these debts continue to mount. We can see here he's on the score for sack wine at Woolf's lodgings. He racks up a substantial tab while boasting and carousing with his friends. Woolf also supports Harvey financially. He says there's for the drops a purse of coins on his desk. Harvey also brings with him his man, to whom Woolf offers bed and board as well, and a borrowed blue coat. So there's all these debts that Harvey is racking up that culminate in the hefty bill of £36. Nash imagines this litany of unpaid bills as more evidence of Harvey's failure to understand the equality of these relationships. Have With You ends with Nash imagining Harvey, unable to wiggle free of Woolf, arrested and imprisoned in Newgate. Nash's Harvey is a crook, and his crimes are not only his failure to pay his bills, they're rooted in a lack of communal contribution. He takes, but he gives nothing back. Much of the scholarship which deals with the print communities of the early modern book trade looks to emphasize either their economic or their social value. While these approaches shed important light on how these networks help writers and print agents stave off uncertainties of a career in book production, they often assume that in these communities, social and economic concerns could be separated. In fact, as Nash explores here, late 16th century conceptions of credit blurred the lines between these two terms, between the social and the economic. These communities did function as important safety nets for writers, publishers, booksellers, printers, yet healthy credit relationships between these agents were needed to keep such communities afloat. As such, we can learn much about how these communities functioned by using the lens of credit to examine how the relative success and failure of such communities were seen in literary and documentary evidence from the period. Thanks.
Thank you, Matt, for this very good paper. And dear colleagues, do you have any question about that, what we hear? All right.
Thank you very much for that presentation. I found that very interesting. I was wondering if you might be able to say something about the extent to which there was interplay between these connections of social credit and financial support and marital and familial alliances and connections. Thank you.
Yeah, there's a lot of interplay. So to go back into our example of the Black Bear there, we know that when Linley took over from the previous occupant, he gave a role in the printing house to that previous occupant's son. He made him his apprentice. And it's quite common that apprentices were shared between print communities to do justice to those familial connections that you're talking about. So those kind of social connections found voice in other ways too. And I think we see it, the printing house was fundamentally a domestic space. It was someone's house. So the father, mother, daughters, sons of that family were all part of that print community too. And I think quite a lot of my work, especially in these kind of second and third years of my PhD, is about uncovering some of those stories too. There's been some great work on it. Helen Smith in particular is great at uncovering the female voices of those print communities that operated in those kind of domestic ways. And the same is true of bookshops. Bookshops too often operate at the front of a building and surrounded by domestic dwellings. So those kind of familial connections blur into the professional space too. And we can trace quite a lot of that through wills. The Status Company, likewise, a lot of the connections are social, familial, and find their way into professional too. So the simple answer is there's a huge amount of crossover, yeah, and I'd like to explore that further.
Maybe someone else has a question? I don't see. So, Matt, thank you once again for your brilliant paper. Thank you very much. And our session come to an end. Thank you very much for your attention, for your question, for the discussion, and it's time for the closing remarks.
Tai labai visiems ačiū už bendras 2 dienas, už kantrybę, už labai daug įdomių perskaitytų pranešimų. Visiems labai ačiū už bendrą darbą, už tas 2 praleistas dienas ir iš tikrųjų buvo perskaityta labai įdomių, tematiškai įvairių pranešimų, bet ką aš noriu pastebėti, mūsų tema buvo spaudos centrai ir periferijos ir labai pasibaigus konferencijai tikrai smagu pastebėti, kad kiekvienam pranešime tarsi buvo kalbėta apie centrus ir periferijas ir labai gražiai persipinė visą tai. Tai kad ir vienur Radvilos Našlaitėlio knyga, kur atrodo Vilniui parašyta, bet spausdinta Antverpene, ir iš vieno, atrodo, periferijos eina į centrą, bet kartu Vilnius yra mums centras, kito atžvilgiu periferija, kaip Ryga ir Stokholmas tampa irgi žinių centru. Tai kviesčiau pasidalinti savo kažkokiais įspūdžiais, pastebėjimais, ar dar turit klausimų, ką dar reikėtų padiskutuoti. Tai prašau, kviesčiau dalintis.
If I may, this is a reflection. I think I'd just like to sort of pay credit, or pay tribute, I should say, to all of you, because I've been blown away by the quality of research. I think all the papers have outlined amazing finds from libraries and archives that are very useful for highlighting the roles of centres and peripheries in the early modern book world, and the sort of the lengths that you have to go to demonstrate the strengths of these various centres. So I just want to say how impressed I was with everybody.
Okay, thank you very much for nice words. Some reflection. We are tired, all are tired. Tai iš tikrųjų, turbūt tikrai visus pavergė nuovargis, ir suprantama, nes buvo labai 2 intensyvios dienos. Tai tikrai dar sykį labai visiems ačiū, ir tiem, kas dalyvavo už ekrano, ir gal mes dar turim klausimų, ne? Ne. Ir tiem, kas čia tikrai kantriai buvot ir klausėt ir uždavinėjot klausimus pranešėjams. Tai tikrai visiems labai ačiū. Labai tikimės, kad bus galimybė matytis. Mes stengiamės tokią konferenciją rengti kas 2 metus ir planuojame po šios konferencijos išleisti straipsnių rinkinį. Tad dar visus informuosime atskiru laišku ir labai lauksim publikacijų. Kaip ir buvo prieš ką jūs gavote į savo konferencijos krepšelius mūsų straipsnių rinkinį, tai jis yra anglų kalba, tai tikrai planuojam visą rinkinį leisti anglų kalbą. Tad tikrai visiems ačiū.